Okay, think I'm live now. How's it going? All right. It's been a minute. So got some things to react to. And probably a lot. I haven't really looked at a lot of YouTube in the last few days. But there's a number of videos that I've missed. Let's check them out. Let's start with this one that I saw. We'll just start with a bang. New carnivore diet symptom, cheese hands. All right.
New carnivore diet symptom has dropped. Could be described as cheese hands. Really, it's xanthelasma on the hands from a case study from JAMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association. And in this case, I don't think this is really the main concern here. I think xanthelasma in other places is a lot more common on the carnivore diet, which we'll get to. And really, the most important part is what it represents, what is potentially happening on the inside of someone's body. And we also need to look at really the expected response by the carnivore community, really calling it propaganda by JAMA, which is wild to me, and people defending the carnivore diet. So let's just get into it, because clearly the carnivore diet is getting out of hand. And by out of hand, I mean cholesterol appears to literally be coming out of their hands.
Lightning fast, the first Greece trip this fall immediately sold out, so I launched a second one that still has spots. We're talking 3 nights. Link below.
Based for health, and people who try a carnivore diet for health. It's people just trying to prevent disease, or in some cases trying to fight it. But it just depends on what information they were fed and what background they might have, which makes them more or less susceptible to going down one path. So I understand people are just trying to be healthier here, but we have to start seeing the writing on the walls. We do not have as much data on the carnivore diet, for example, and a lot of it is anecdote based, but that community tends to ignore the anecdotes against it. For example, a doctor showing his low vitamin C levels.
You found a place of complete focus.
So vitamin C, prior to starting carnivore, my vitamin C levels were 37. About 3 months into carnivore, I wanted to check them, and they were 12. Now, 12 is actually very low, but clearly I was vitamin C deficient.
Having coiled hair, which shows his body was unable.
You could like sprinkle lemon onto your food and you'd be good.
To make collagen properly, issues like that, and so many more that I've covered. But let's get to this case study in JAMA. We're talking about a 40-year-old man who ended up getting this xanthelasma of the hands, which, as you can see, more detail is really these yellowy, sort of cheese-looking stripes where there are deposits of what are cholesterol plaques, technically. And well, they just show pictures of his hands.
Karma. It's karma.
And he also has it on the soles of his feet and his elbows. So yes, he was on a carnivore diet, and it is the case that his cholesterol was about 1,000, which, sounds, oh my God, that sounds crazy, but is really not that unheard of on a carnivore diet based on the amount of animal fat and just different metabolic ketosis related things that are happening. His baseline cholesterol was around 200 to 300, and he was on a carnivore diet for 8 months, so less than a year. And there's a bit of controversy about how much of what animal products he was eating. We'll get to that in a bit. But first, let's just look at what xanthelasma actually is and diseases it's associated with. Xanthelasma is a condition when you have these xanthomas, these little pockets or plaques of cholesterol, which can happen to people with normal cholesterol levels. Who knows? They might have some transport issue, whatever. But clearly in the case of carnivore dieters, it's a high level in the blood leading to deposits. It's heavily associated with higher levels of cholesterol. And what's actually happening is that we have certain areas of our body that are more prone to it because they have maybe more blood vessels, so more cholesterol in the blood that can get there. They're thinner skin, so you can actually see it. And that happens to be around the eyelids in certain places, as well as, in this case, for this guy, his hands and elbows. And it can also happen around people's ankles by their Achilles tendon, which is interesting. We'll get to in a second. And as you might be thinking, if cholesterol is depositing in plaques in random places on the body, essentially, then what's happening in the arteries where we're most concerned with it, where it's usually building up And this is a case where it's very likely that the risk of this is way higher. I know carnivores will just completely deny this. They might go, it's only when you have inflammation, and not everybody is going to have high levels of inflammation. Well, to that I have to say, look at children with familial hypercholesterolemia. They end up getting atherosclerosis. They're put on lipid lowering medication, and then their plaques reverse. Like, they clearly weren't riddled with random other diseases and inflammation. And then we also have a great interview with Dr. William Cromwell, a lipidologist, on Nutrition Made Simple, talking about how you can end up getting these atherosclerotic plaques without high levels of inflammation.
People say you have to have inflammation in order for ApoB to cause a plaque. You do not. But once we have a plaque, more ApoB feeds the plaque, it grows. And the more inflammation, the more the plaque not only grows, but becomes unstable and leads you to more event behavior.
And additionally, sorry to point to a mouse study. I know it's just a mouse study, which has problems for several reasons, but this one basically screwed up the LDL receptors of these mice so that their LDL went super high, like 1500, really not that different than this guy's LDL. And of course, they got a bunch of xanthelasma as well as really rapid atherosclerosis. And for another example, we have a woman in her 50s with familial hypercholesterolemia, again, the genes that can lead to high LDL or bad cholesterol. In this case, she had xanthelasma as well, was given lipid-lowering medication, and then those essentially disappeared, as well as some claimed regression of her plaques by the authors, just mentioning that as well. And then we have another study on people who had that Achilles tendon.
By the way, I don't have a ton to react to this because I'm just learning. Like, I don't know any of this stuff. But it definitely is interesting. I had seen the headline of this guy's hands. I think it was on CNN or something. But yeah, not what you want. Not what you want.
Xantheloma issue. And they essentially were going in to get stints. And the authors were essentially asking, how severe is the heart disease in correlation to these xanthelomas, who has them, who doesn't. And they say that these xanthelomas were independently associated with severity of coronary artery disease, and actually detecting them may be useful not only for diagnosis of familial high levels of cholesterol, quote, but also for identifying patients with advanced cardiovascular disease. And do I need to say it again? Yes, Mendelian studies using genetic randomization show that LDL in high levels, that bad cholesterol is causal to atherosclerosis. Like, I have to say this over and over again. No one refutes that. And that's what brings me to how this is a larger carnivore diet community health issue that we see, xanthelasma, and that is in particularly around the eyes. I'd actually previously seen cases of xanthelasma on carnivore diet forum posts. In particular, Carnivore Cringe has a couple on there, and just a quick Google around looking at Reddit and some carnivore Facebook groups, I was quickly able to find a dozen cases of xanthelasma around the eyes. You know, whether we're talking about Carnivores for Christ Facebook group, or we're talking about Carnivores for
Christ. Okay. What do you guys do about this xanthelasma? It's getting bigger. Supposedly they are caused by cholesterol, maybe lessen the fat. Yeah, no shit. Like, what do you think? You need more sun, vitamin D. Definitely Facebook is where you want to go for medical advice. Definitely. Barf. Once again, barf. Carnivores for Christ. No worries. Just add some fresh lard to those beef steaks in order to heal the body of all those horrible plant toxins. Doesn't matter if those xanthelasmas get worse.
For Christ Facebook group, or we're talking about Sean
1.5 years carnivore with growing xanthelasma over the last 4 months.
Baker's World Carnivore Tribe. We can see people developing it relatively short after a carnivore diet, sometimes within a few months. Yeah, just case after case, relatively short after a carnivore.
I have cut down considerably now, but I was probably eating about 200 grams of pure beef tallow a day. Plus whatever was on any meat I ate.
or diet sometimes
My cholesterol is high. Refuse the statins, but now I got these things on my eyes.
within a few.
My doctor is flipping out and wants to put me on a high dosage stat because my LDL went from 136 to 324. Bon voyage. Bon voyage. The highest cholesterol he's ever seen. I'm at a loss here because I don't want to scar up my face, but I also love how I'm feeling eating high-fat carnivore. Do I take the stat and continue eating the way I am and see if that helps? Am I really in the highest cholesterol ever category? Yeah. 324.
Months. Yeah, just case after case after case after
These are
case after case after case.
so bad. So bad. And why are they on Facebook asking advice?
Carnivore tribe. We can see people developing it relatively short after a carnivore diet, sometimes within a few months. Yeah. Just case after.
Now my face is scarred up, and I'm getting the I told you so's from friends about cholesterol.
Case after.
Hi, tribe. Has anyone had cholesterol deposits, soft yellowish lumps around the eyes when starting carnivore? And did you get rid of them? They're supposed to be signs of high cholesterol. A friend of mine is interested in carnivore, but worried about these bumps. Valid concern. Valid concern.
Case after case after. Case after case.
And in the words of Sean Baker himself, despite making countless health claims,
I will say, I don't know if my diet is going to make somebody live longer. I don't know if it's going to either prevent or increase the likelihood of some disease because we just don't have the data that shows that now.
Oh, you have the data. You just don't look at the data.
No.
Let's just say I've never seen this on a vegan forum. Anyway, why isn't this happening to every carnivore dieter was a question that I was thinking about. And I think it has to do with, just everybody has some different cholesterol transport genes. They might have different like skin consistency, etc. And also just different types of carnivore diets where one might be heavier in lard and tallow and higher saturated fat, which increases LDL more, etc. There can be different factors. Okay, now let's get into the controversial aspect of what he's eating, because we essentially have the carnivore camp saying he was eating such an insane diet that this doesn't apply to anybody. And so the actual quote from the case study is, his dietary habits included a high intake of fats consisting of 6 to 9 pounds of cheese, sticks of butter, and additional fat incorporated into his daily.
Oh my God. These people are not going to last long. They are not going to last long. 6 to 9 pounds of cheese, sticks of butter, daily hamburgers. Sometimes, when I get the Beyond Burgers, they come too much to, like, there's too many of them. So it's like, it's got to be when I got people around that can eat them, because otherwise I have to eat like a couple a day. That's ridiculous. So there have been a few times when I've had like 3 or 4 days straight of eating Beyond Burgers. And I know that's not healthy. And that's healthier than this shit.
Hamburgers.
Collective
Ugh.
Soul. Live.
Oh my God, I could have gone my whole life without hearing them again.
And this unfortunately led to articles like this one saying that he was eating 6 to 9 pounds of like dairy and cheese per day. And an official JAMA commenter even was like, hey, is this per day or something else? Like, what's going on here? Because it's just really ambiguously worded. But I will have to say, looking back at that sentence, it says consisting of 6 to 9 pounds of cheese, sticks of butter. And then you can kind of think of it as a break and saying additional fat incorporated into his daily hamburgers. It doesn't say daily diet. So it's very possible that I was buying 6 to 9 pounds of cheese per week and then eating that, which adds up with him saying that he was on a weight loss track. And for some harder numbers, yeah, 7.5 pounds of cheese, just to average it out, would be 13,000 calories. And then if we're looking at butter, it's double that. He would not be losing weight. It's much more logical and like.
Yo, what's up, Jeffrey? How are you doing? 2 debates on Friday. One with the lady that invented the GAPS diet. Nice. Oh, that'll be fun. Did you have those debates that you were you have one scheduled, didn't you? Or are those the ones that you had scheduled?
That he was eating the normal amount of calories or even less than 2,000 per day, and he was adding that to his daily hamburger.
It's much more likely that he grabs that 6 to 9 pounds of dairy when he shops every 7 to 10 days. We could do the math with.
Jeffrey, we're learning about some real smart people right now. People who ate so much fat that they got what looks like cheese growing on their hands. I'll spare people who watch this back from playing it again.
Let's say a ratio of 3 to 1 cheese to butter. Why not? And then he has that 200 or 300 calorie hamburger daily. So we're talking about between 1,900 and 2,500 calories per day. Nothing really crazy. In line with losing weight as like an active male.
But it's also funny because carnivore dieters are saying 6 to 9 pounds, oh, there's so much fat. Like, that's obviously wrong. But anytime there's a health problem on these carnivore forums, people respond with eat more fat. Eat more fat every time. And right away when I looked at this case study,
that's right, cheese handers. They are, I think they're like, Green Bay Packer fans that have taken it too far.
Okay, this person's losing weight. You can tell by their hands that they're not overweight. Are they what they would call a lean mass hyperresponder?
Taking it too far.
I did a whole video about this. Essentially, people on keto or carnivore diets getting super high levels of LDL, generally skinny, and then they're saying, oh, this is some special condition where they are claiming at least that they're probably not having accelerated atherosclerosis, which I wholeheartedly reject. And then I found that, yes, one of our classic lean mass hyperresponder guys who's gotten a lot of press around this, Nick Norwitz, who very clearly is into keto diets and appears to at least defend carnivore diets, who went on a Twitter rant, which was essentially turned by carnivore dieters into a just quick slideshow that they can use to debunk and totally dismiss this case study, and citing the lack of detail and how his diet couldn't possibly be real. It couldn't just be language ambiguity. No, he says that this is actually propaganda by the journal against diets such as the carnivore diet. Now, the part where I agree here is that, yeah, I would have loved to see more detail in the report. Like, I finally got access to the PDF and it was basically the abstract. And so I was like, yeah, it would be interesting to know.
And yeah, I reached out to the authors, but I did not get a response in time for this video, unfortunately.
And I do agree that they should go in.
Authors, but I did not.
There it is, Jeffrey. If they are Green Bay fans, I wonder if that's like, extra friction, like for the receivers, they could catch the football a lot better. Did you see my interview with Rams? I haven't checked it out yet. I need to go look at that. How did it go?
In time for this video.
How did that go? David Rams is so great. In fact, I think I've got one of his queued up here. He's got one. It might piss me off because this is why people hate vegans. But we have to learn. We got to learn. What's David talking about? David's likes to put out videos lately that are triggering.
Unfortunately.
And I do agree that they should go in and just edit that sentence, more clearly show what they claim they were eating. But even then, I don't see any reason to doubt the credibility of what's going on here. It was somebody on a carnivore diet, which is a relatively rare diet, getting a very rare condition, which is highly connected to a trend that we see on the carnivore diet, which is extremely high levels of cholesterol. Like, there's still validity to this. There's still concerns about this. But I just want to butt in really quick and say that this does show the bias of Nick. I know he's like, oh, I don't care about diets, blah, blah, blah. But I can tell you right now, if a vegan case report was written like this, short about some health issue that was rare that a vegan had, I don't think that he would be writing a giant Twitter rant about how it's propaganda anyway. So I think he should evaluate that. No, I think this was just 3 doctors who were like, holy crap, this is crazy. Let's just at least get this out there. And they went ahead and did. It's not some weird bias. It's not some manufactured propaganda from the ground up. It's literally just sharing the case. So yeah, clearly this is
Are
a
you sure, Mike? It could be Big Broccoli. Big Broccoli's behind it. And Bill Gates. Definitely Bill Gates.
widespread issue. And again, I don't think it's going to hurt anybody to have some little cholesterol pouches on their eyes or wherever. What it is representing really bad stuff happening with the cholesterol system in the body and potentially accelerating atherosclerosis. I mean, I don't like to share them because it's, serious health issues that people have, but there are a lot more anecdotes of people having severe heart related events, on a carnivore diet. And it's just all sort of matching up. And again, they're just latching onto the positive anecdotes and completely ignoring the negative ones, which needs to be looked at. And then finally, no, this is not propaganda. What is propaganda is immediately taking a Twitter post and turning it into a slideshow so that you can just ignore a neutral case study about the negatives of your diet or potential negative concern. Anyway, carnivore stuff aside, if you do want to come to an awesome vegan Greece trip, you can click the link below and check out that October.
Wow. Okay. Well, if I start to develop deposits of cholesterol on my body, you guys let me know. Like, if you start seeing it, just tell me it's time to put down the So Delicious ice cream sandwiches, because those things are addicting. But they do have a lot of saturated fat in them. I might have just gone to get a few boxes. Might have. All right, we were talking about David Rams. Let's check out the latest from David Rams. This is why people hate vegans. I feel like I already know why people hate vegans, because we're right. And people hate to be wrong. Wait, where's the okay, let me link to Mike's video so you guys can click on that, show Mike some love. Here's David Rams, put him up on the screen. There we go. All right.
Ordering your favorite meal, then a vegan.
Okay, hang on.
Imagine walking into a restaurant and ordering your favorite meal, then a vegan comes in and starts screaming at you and calling you a murderer. How would you react? Would you be confused? Would you be angry? What if I told you that you probably agree with them? More and more people are saying that vegan activism has gotten too aggressive. We've got vegans screaming in supermarkets, screaming in restaurants, calling people murderers, animal abusers, and scum, and all these sorts of insults.
We ain't wrong.
I asked her to excuse me.
I want to get past here. No, I'm not going round. You move. Well, I've just knocked me away with my trolley then.
There's other aisles, lady. Go around.
Now, I'm vegan and I agree.
Indeed,
I'm not
Alicia.
clickbaiting you here. I'm not being sarcastic or anything. I think
Cheese hands look shocking. Yeah. The only cheese hands you should have are when you, like me, you buy those Love corn bags, the Love corn, and you're eating, it's got the vegan cheese on there and it gets on your fingers. That's the only cheese hands you should have.
that things have gotten quite aggressive, and I agree with some of the criticisms that people are putting forward. But a lot of people think that this aggressive activism has no place in civilized society. But are they right? And why do activists do this anyway? Well, it's not because of the lack of B12 making them crazy, as some people might have you believe. And it's also not because of some kind of mental health issues that they're having. It's because these activists believe that what's happening to animals is so extreme that the response should be as extreme. And the truth is, most people actually agree with that.
And by the way, blocking a supermarket aisle where people can easily go around is clearly not extreme. It's clearly a demonstration, and it's nowhere comparable, nowhere comparable to what happens to animals, not even close. So even the most extreme animal rights demonstration is nowhere close to what the animals go through, obviously.
The most aggressive behavior I have ever seen has been in response to animal abuse. A silly woman takes a baby wombat from their mum, and the world goes.
Oh, yeah. By the way, I've got a few queued up. We've got Joey. We've got Ed reacting to this thing. We'll get all their takes. We'll dissect this video left and right. Might as well. because it did go viral, and it's a great opportunity to point out that, oh yeah, they take babies from dairy cows.
Crazy. She got thousands of threatening messages, viral posts, and viral videos everywhere of everyone coming after this woman. Feels like
Right,
the
Alicia.
entire world either wants her in jail or beaten. Remember that famous footballer who kicked his cat? Within hours of this happening, people were gunning for him. They wanted his head on a platter. Many people, again, were calling for him to have a severe beating. The Yulin Dog Meat Festival, a festival of eating poor, tortured dogs. This has inspired some of the most brutal and aggressive responses I've ever seen online, with people going into minute detail about what they would like to do to these people who are doing those horrible things to dogs. When it comes to animal abuse, most people are in favor of an extreme reaction, except when it comes to vegans. See, when vegans protest, most people seem to be against that. Why is that? Some people might say, well, you know, dogs and cows are different. Cows are bred to be used for food and dogs are bred for companionship, so it's just not the same. And this is true, can't argue with that. But then when a video comes out of a farmer kicking and punching a baby cow, people tend to react the same way that they would if they saw,
Like we just saw with the ARM investigation of Fairlife Dairy.
someone kicking and punching a dog. People feel bad for the animal regardless of what they were bred for. So then why are they so against vegan activism that defends those animals? I think it comes down to two things. One, misconceptions about veganism, and two, the activist message. People think veganism is just a diet. So when vegans protest, it seems a bit weird. Like, why are you protesting for a diet? It's like someone screaming at you for not eating keto. They think vegans are just trying to force their dietary preferences on the public and take away their rights. But because you don't like the way I eat, it makes you feel bad. Grow up and get a job. But veganism isn't actually a diet. It's a stance against abusing animals that includes diets. There is no one vegan diet. You could eat Coca-Cola and fries every day, or you could eat a healthy, balanced, nutritious, plant-based diet. There's many ways to do it. Being a vegan,
Or you could munch on these during live streams. I'm still waiting on my sponsorship deal, Sea Point Farms. I shot you out in every video. Waterloo, come on now. Come on, Waterloo. You're getting that big bump, that Jeremy bump.
vegan just means that you're committing to avoiding funding or taking part in anything that harms, abuses, or kills animals.
Alicia, they react violent because it's potentially stopping their addiction. Yeah, could be. Could be their addiction.
But unfortunately, every way that we use animals for food, clothing, medicine, and everything else that we do with them abuses and is cruel to animals, which is why vegans avoid all of these things. See, a protest against animal abuse makes a lot more sense than a protest for a diet, right? And the second and probably more important reason that people don't like vegan activism is the activists' message. We've already established that some vegan protesters will call members of the public murderers, animal abusers, and evil, and things like this. Anyone who hears that while trying to grab a quiet lunch is probably not going to be best pleased. And why would they? I mean, that's understandable. And it's true that in general, calling people names is not a good way to convince them to listen to what you have to say. It's more likely just to make people resent you. A friend of mine who's also vegan recently said it's like a therapist screaming at their patients to try and make them change. And if that worked, every therapist in the world would be doing it. The goal shouldn't be to make people feel bad. It should be to make people realize that they actually agree with us and make change. But all that being
It depends on what the demonstration is about, because there are demonstrations where the goal isn't to make people feel good or to make them happy. It could be that they want to be as annoying as possible so that the business wants them to go away. It just depends. It could be different goals, you know. Or, you know, I mean, even it could be just like content. It could be that you're not trying to convince the person, you know, that whatever activist is yelling at it, they could be just making content in that time and trying to convince the audience rather than that one person.
being said, when somebody does abuse an animal, like a footballer with the cats or this wombat lady, most of the public actually get behind this aggressive, insulting behavior right away. So what's the difference? Well, we're all against doing something as stupid and cruel as kicking a cat or separating a baby wombat from their mum. So because we all agree on that, we all gang up together and take pride in being one of the good guys. But when a
Well, we obviously don't all agree on that because there are people that do that. So I think like in my opinion, what's happening is this is a form of animal abuse that they didn't do. So it's easy to virtue signal about it on social media and say, oh, how terrible that is. I would never do such a thing because I'd have to fly to Australia to find a wombat. Never seen a wombat before. Never probably will. So, yeah, it's just an easy thing to point a finger at because they're not taking part in it.
Vegan comes along and points out that actually you might be one of the bad guys. That doesn't feel good. And as it happens, actually, you be one of the many, many bad guys. In our world, the bad guys have all the power, make all the rules. The government makes violating and killing animals in farms and slaughterhouses legal. Supermarkets stock wide varieties of meat, including meat from baby animals like lamb and veal. Supermarkets stock wide
Animals killed for food since you started watching this video, 25 million. And I've stopped it a bunch of times, so it's probably more like 50 million.
varieties of meat, including meat from baby animals like lamb and veal. Our food system is dominated by meat, dairy, and eggs. And factory farming isn't just legal, it's the norm. That's where most animal products come from. These disease-ridden hellholes where animals spend their entire lives in darkness or fake light, never stepping foot on grass and never seeing the sun. Oh, and remember that baby wombat taken from their mum? Dairy farmers separate baby cows from their mothers within hours of birth, leaving the baby alone and looking for their mum and leaving the mother crying and whining for her baby. And that's perfectly legal. Actually, that's how most dairy farms do it in the entire world. But if a vegan points this out, albeit in an aggressive manner, the public turns on the vegan instead of turning on the people who do this. Because how dare a vegan point out the animal abuse that most people support instead of the animal abuse that most people don't support? So here's my question for you. Is defending animals only okay when it's popular and easy? If you believe animals deserve protection, especially when it's unpopular, start by taking animals off your plate. And if you don't know where to start, I've linked a free starter pack down below that'll give you access to recipes, nutritional advice, and access to people who are volunteering and just ready to help.
All right. So I guess that was kind of like, I feel like David's got a strategy right now where he's trying to pull people in. Like we're reaching with our channels, most of us are just reaching other vegans. I'm pretty sure that that's what my channel, well, I know that's what my channel is doing. Now, I don't yet have the goal of, like, I would love it if non-vegans were here and interacting. You know, there's a few that come into my channel and do that, but that's not necessarily my goal with this channel as of yet. But I would love to have them. One time I had some trolls That's a sign that I'm not reaching those non-vegans. But anyway, I had some trolls in my stream at one point, and it was exciting. I felt like I had made it. Okay. Guys, I am dangerously low on edamame. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start. I have another bag. I'm going to go get it. So, okay. Let's stay on this wombat thing. Let's get Joey's take on it. Actually, let's get Ed's take on it because there's several Joey videos that I want to watch. So let me just start the video for y'all and I will come back. I'm going to run fast. Y'all know who this is? I keep trying to help his channel. This poor guy. He's struggling, guys. We got to show him some love. You know this guy, right?
Already come across or read about the video of the American hunter Sam Jones picking up a baby wombat when she was in Australia and temporarily taking them away from their mother.
Just caught a baby wombat.
Oh, you know what? It had fallen on the ground. I thought I had brought 2 bags. Okay, I've got 2 bags. I'm good. I'm here.
Look at the mother. It's like, oh, it's chasing after her.
I caught a baby wombat.
What a moron. What are you doing? BBC, social media.
Okay, Mama's right there, and she is. Let's let him go.
No, he's right.
All right, let's let him go. Come here, Mama. Come here.
So she let the baby go. So she obviously didn't have like horrific intent, but it was so stupid to do that. You just frightened a couple of animals for no reason.
Now, this video has caused a huge amount.
And also, I don't know, like, you know, I don't know this species of animal, these wombat, you know, like there are times when, you know, like little things like that could have like really dramatic consequences that you don't realize. Like, I don't know. Will they be reunited? I don't know. Does the mother run off and think, oh God, you know, they're lost? I don't know.
Of outrage. When Sam uploaded it to her Instagram, she probably thought that
He looks
people were going to
familiar.
find it
Felix?
funny.
Yeah, I know. He's trying. You guys give him a break, okay? He's doing his best. I'm gonna link to his video so that we can all go try to give him the Jeremy bump. We'll give him the Felix bump, the Jeffrey bump. Hopefully that will help him out.
And we're going to give her likes and comments
The Alicia
about how
we got to give him the Alicia bump as well.
Adorable the baby wombat was, and how funny the mother wombat was for chasing after her own baby. I mean, videos like this just speak to how self-entitled we as a species can be to the bodies and lives of non-human animals. The idea that just this person, this human would pull over on the side of the road, see a little wombat family and decide that this was an opportunity for her to pick up the baby wombat, cause the baby and the mother stress for a video that she'd then upload to her Instagram. I mean, in so many ways, this video, even though of course it's not a graphic video like slaughterhouse footages or footage of what we do to animals on farms, which we'll talk about more in this video. But what's interesting about this video in particular is the fact that it so perfectly encapsulates this self-entitled nature of our species. The fact that we think that we can do whatever we want with the bodies of animals, that they are there as props, as objects, as toys for us to use for content, for sensory pleasure, for whatever it may be. It just is so alarming and so distressing that there are people in the world who will see a baby and their mother, and their reaction is, oh, I'm going to cause this family stress. I'm going to do something to cause this animal harm and suffering. I'm going to do this because
his fledgling channel needs our support. Indeed, indeed. Alicia's, what if the mom rejected the baby, even if it's so brainless? I'm not. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know, because I think there are species of animals where you take a baby away and then the baby gets rejected or something. Like, obviously that woman didn't know.
I want a video. I've always wanted to hold a baby wombat.
Switching tax services can be a drag and drop. At H&R Block, switching to us couldn't be quicker.
The examples of what we do to animals for food are by far...
I'm gonna have to eventually shell out for this stupid YouTube subscription thing, right? It's kind of annoying to get the ads.
The worst examples in terms of the scale and severity. But sometimes I think people think that food is the problem, right? You know, if we just got rid of factory farms, if we just got rid of slaughterhouses. But what I think is often overlooked is that veganism isn't about simply opposing what happens in a slaughterhouse or in a farm. It's about fundamentally challenging the mindset that allows these arenas of exploitation to exist. It is because we feel so entitled to the bodies of animals that we then find ways to farm them and slaughter them, and we view that, socially speaking, as permissible. But the overarching problem within all of these examples is this mindset of viewing an animal as a belonging to us, to do with as we please, whether it's for social media views, whether it's for food, whatever it may be. It's this mindset that creates this whole environment, this whole world of animal exploitation that we exist within. But in the case of this video, what's so interesting...
That's why sometimes I know it's practical to go after factory farms, but it makes me a little uncomfortable at times, because what do you replace a factory farm with? Yeah, there are some practical steps, like we get rid of factory farming, but I don't know, like, if the mindset still exists, then we just come up with different ways to do it. Yeah.
Interesting to me is just the huge amount of global outrage this has caused. I mean, check out these comments from the Prime Minister of Australia.
They are gentle.
That's cool.
Lovely creatures. To take a baby wombat from its mother and clearly causing distress from the mother.
So you're going to get rid of the dairy industry in Australia, right? That's the next step. Based on your words, they're lovely creatures. It caused them distress to take them away from their mothers. Dairy done, right? Dairy done.
It's just an outrage. And, you know, I
Indeed.
suggest to this so-called influencer, maybe she might try some other Australian animals. Take a baby crocodile from its mother and see how you go there.
Why don't you take on the industries that do this in your country, though? I mean, this sounds like selective outrage to me.
Take another animal that can actually fight back.
Think about the other animals. Think about what you're saying.
Other than stealing a baby wombat from its mother. See how you go there.
Now, one thing I would like to say straight away is first things first.
By the way, I realize this is going to be repetitive. Everyone is going to make the same point about dairy. But
I'm glad that people are outraged by this. Obviously, if Sam Jones had uploaded this video and everyone thought that it was fine, that would be far worse than everyone condemning it.
True.
It is obviously a good thing that people see this as being wrong and see this as being unethical. However, whenever there are these examples of people doing bad things to animals that break through and cause outrage by people all around the world, who are vegan or not, we as vegans are always left with this just nagging feeling, right? There's just this discomfort within us, because on the one hand, we're like, obviously this is a good thing that she's being condemned. But on the other hand...
What's up, Dennis? I'm doing well. How are you doing, Dennis? It's been a minute. Alicia, if we enable slavery of animals from using them as food, then fundamentally we risk becoming as humans. Slavery. Energy is energy. I think you mean, yeah, I think you're saying, like, as long as we enslave animals, then we too could be slaves. I think that's the point you're making. And exactly. Yep. It's that mindset that we can just do to others as we choose. He really did make the point about that feeling of entitlement. I'm glad he did that. That's a good point to make. Because we are, as a society, sensitive to the words entitled. It's like one of the worst things you can be is to be entitled.
How utterly ridiculous and absurd is it that we live in a world where this is condemned, but the same people condemning this are also engaging in things that actually cause far more suffering and far more harm and cause death to animals.
Right.
And what's particularly notable about this example, of course, is that when you think about what this influencer has done, removing a baby from their mother, this is what's caused the condemnation and the outrage and the anger that has been put towards this American influencer. The action of taking a baby away from their mother. But
you're welcome, world. We send you our best.
Are there any other examples where baby animals are taken away from their mothers? Yes, of course. In fact, there's tens of billions of examples, because the separation of babies from their mothers is just standard practice across the animal farming sector. Piglets are taken away from their mothers. Lambs are taken away from their mothers. And of course, dairy calves are taken away from their mothers in the dairy industry. It happens every single...
I don't mention this film that much, but I will mention it again. The film Gunda, which shows like a high welfare farm. It's beautifully shot, black and white film. Gunda. I'll type it, Gunda. Check it out. I don't know where you can find it these days. Probably, I don't know, one of those streaming things like Amazon. But check that out. It's really powerful.
Single day, by the millions all around the world. The separation of families, the forced separation of babies from their mothers is just ubiquitous across the animal farming industry. It is a symptom. It is a fundamental, intrinsic, and inherent part of animal farming and animal exploitation. Babies are born, babies are taken away from their mothers. The separation of the baby wombat from the mother wombat is just an example of what happens to animals all the time because of what we humans do. So why then?
And it's better because she gave the baby back. We just don't know if that, if they were okay after that.
Do we feel so outraged? Why then
And
do we feel so
regardless, it caused them undue stress.
appalled by this example, but not by the tens of billions of other examples that we pay for? Because it's easy to look at a baby wombat and go, this is terrible. This person should be ashamed of themselves. What sort of person would do that? But what sort of species would pay for that to happen to animals en masse?
Ours.
What sort of species would condone the exact thing that we are outraged about in the example of the baby wombat, but then condone that where it's
Ours.
happening to tens of billions of animals in a commercialized industry where there's profits to be made?
Ours.
It is so frustrating for us as vegans to have to live in this paradoxical reality where people call us extreme and people say that we are over the top and too emotional because we think that,
Especially Ed, he is like over the top. Like, Ed, settle down, soften your message a little bit. Ed, damn, you make us all look like extremists. This is probably why his channel is struggling. This is the point at which they start accusing vegans of preaching rather than acknowledge their complicity in these industries. Yeah. I mean, I guess at this point, like, people should just be in the comments, right? The comments of these social media posts. Yeah. I don't know how much good it does, but yeah. What's weird? Like, this is a bit of a tangent, but where I live, our newspapers, like, mostly what I see them post now are like Chick-fil-A's, this item on Chick-fil-A's menu is going away. Here's how you won't miss out. It's like my newspapers have been co-opted by the fast food industry and are now working as their marketing team. It is so pathetic. Respected papers, by the way, used to be. I mean, who respects them now? I don't know.
babies being taken away from their mothers for a glass of milk or for a piece of processed meat is wrong. But then we exist in the world where people tell us that it's crazy to think that that's wrong. But millions of people, prime ministers, will condemn the separation of a baby wombat from a mother wombat. Now, like I said before, I'm really pleased that that's the reaction. Of course, I'd much prefer that that was the reaction than people thought it was okay. But as vegans, we always have this feeling, this gnawing feeling of going, what is going on? How can it be that there is such hypocrisy, such absurdity? Because this is not even an abstract example where we're making sort of a loose parallel. This is just a straight up direct comparison. It is like for like, a baby being taken from their mother.
And yeah, and why do we always have to do it? Like that prime minister who was speaking, presumably surrounded by media, why is there not one smart reporter in that room that can say, oh, you mentioned this, so what about dairy cows? Yeah, I can't get back into media. I burn my bridges with them probably. But we need more animal rights people going into media. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a real problem. I don't know. I think I've been too critical of NPR to go back. I mean, I could, but I just don't know if I want to play those games again and be in that world. But it is needed. People need to be in there.
But actually, it's not actually quite a like for like, because in the example of the baby wombat, the influencer gave the baby back to the mother. Farmers.
Felix, vegan advocacy is propaganda, but carnist content spread by everyone is perfectly fine and normal. Yeah, I mean, if we just point out that, eating a carnivore diet gives you cheese hands, then it's propaganda. And in fact, we didn't point that out. We just commented on the story.
Would never do that. No farmer takes away the baby from the mother and then brings them back after a minute. They take the baby away from their mother because they want them to be away from their mother. So actually, in the case of what we do to animals on farms, it's not just more severe because of the scale, but the babies are never returned to their mothers. The babies are taken away either to be killed in that moment,
Right.
or to be raised, exploited, and killed down the line, let's say. So we are outraged about something that actually, from a suffering and exploitation and harm perspective, is not as bad as the things that we pay for every single day.
But I mean, what do you think, Felix? Isn't this too extreme? Like, especially Ed's delivery, you know, it's too confrontational. Like, Ed, chill out, man. Chill out. You could say it, but just say it gently in a way that I feel cuddled. I think the global optics, yeah, he needs to tone it down. Felix, he needs to tone it down. Alicia, I think the global optics, because the wombat is a national treasure and she's American, but you're right, any animal should matter. Yeah, or Ed's right. Ed's correct. As extreme as he sounds, he is right.
The things that we pay for every single day are not only worse in terms of the individual action, but that individual action is committed tens of billions of times.
God, he's shouting at me. Chill out, Ed. My goodness. Ed, geez.
Even in the case of Sam Jones,
Whoa.
this isn't even the worst form of animal cruelty that she's caused. I mean, she's a hunter. She hunts for pleasure. She hunts for fun. She kills animals because she enjoys it. And a lot of people think that that's okay. We don't condemn her for that globally. But this example of something which, from a suffering and harm and, of course, killing perspective, is nowhere near as bad as the other things that she partakes in, either through the hunting or just the purchasing of animal products more generally. Well, the things that are
What are we
actually
talking about?
worse in terms of the harm they cause are viewed as okay. But this example of something which, comparatively speaking, is not as severe is the thing that's condemned globally, and is the thing that has a prime minister come out and make these emotive statements. And actually, when we look at the statement made by Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister of Australia, I find what he says troubling for a couple of reasons.
I like that you are cleaning and watching my stream. Thank you, Alicia. It's like somehow that's like a bigger compliment. Like you're watching, you're so enthralled with the content that you can't put it down, even while you have things to do. That's a big compliment.
First, because this idea that, oh, if she stole a baby crocodile from their mother, that would be fairer, that would be more acceptable. I really dislike the idea that it's okay for us to do bad things to an animal because they might technically have a greater ability to defend themselves, because these animals are predators and they pose more of a risk to us. That somehow makes it,
yeah, he was just trolling, Ed,
more acceptable. I really don't like that idea, because I think it speaks to this arrogance that we have towards.
Yeah, but I think he was just saying, like, yeah, try that with, yeah, it wasn't a rational thing. He was saying, yeah, go get fucked up.
On human animals. And it's also completely factually incorrect in the sense of, we do exploit these predators. We do bad things to crocodiles. In fact, Australia literally has reptile farms, crocodile farms, where crocodiles are exploited and killed for fashion, to be turned into shoes or handbags.
Which I don't see a lot of. The only people I really see talking about it are PETA. I'm sure there are others, but to PETA's credit, like they've kept some of the focus on like snake skin, alligator, that sort of thing, but I don't really see many people talking about it, unfortunately.
So the idea that these animals are beyond our exploitation, are immune to our oppression, is just factually incorrect. We have exploited and subjugated all forms of the animal kingdom, from the conventional predators down to the more helpless prey. Crocodiles and other animals are not spared from our tyranny just because they may technically have a greater ability to defend themselves. We still harm them. We still separate their families. We still do bad things to them. So I don't like Anthony's comments for a number of reasons, mainly because, well, they're just riddled with contradictions and hypocrisies, whether it's about the crocodiles or whether it's about the reason why he says it's wrong for the baby wombat to be separated from their mother. Because couldn't we say the same things that he says about the wombat also about dairy cows, for example?
They are gentle,
yeah,
lovely creatures to take.
I already said that, Ed. I already said it, but okay.
From
You do it too.
And
you do it
clearly causing distress from the mother is just an outrage.
And I think there is a deeper point to all of this, which is one of the underlying
Yeah,
reasons
Ed's watching me as well. Ed's watching me, and he's like, "Let me change that part."
why the wombat has caused so much outrage is because of the cultural perception of wombats in Australia, and also because the woman is not Australian, she's American. And so I think there's this natural sort of defensiveness, this sort of nationalistic pride around.
Who made that point? Was that you, Alicia? Someone else made that point. Yep. Alicia said it because the wombat is a national treasure and she's American. So he read your comment. He read your comment, Alicia, and he changed the video.
Oh, this wombat belongs to our wildlife, and this lady who's not from here has come over here and done this awful thing to our wildlife. And obviously in Australia there's a variety of wildlife, and a lot of those wildlife are sort of cultural icons, cultural symbols, and the wombat is one of them. And so I think one of the reasons why this story has got so much traction in Australia is because it feels like this woman has come over from America to exploit our wildlife, and the wombat is a symbol of this cultural wildlife that we have, that we're so proud of. And of course, what we know from the Australian animal agriculture sector is that it is just horrific in terms of what happens to animals, but in terms of the scale of environment.
Yeah, if you need a primer on Australian animal agriculture, just type in Dominion into YouTube. I'll grab it to make it easy. I know y'all need me to do it for you. Let me type it in. Dominion documentary. All right. This is why I try to make it easy for the carnists to find this. See, I won't even make you type it. Dennis, you've watched this, right? Watch it again. Where'd you go, Dennis? Dennis left because he's watching Dominion. Hang on. Oh man, the glitch happened. The glitch happened, which means I can no longer post on the screen. Let me take Earthling Ed down. It's still Earthling Ed, guys.
And of course, the biodiversity loss. And so even if you apply this sort of cultural lens and you go, well, it's no wonder people in Australia are so upset about this woman coming here and doing this to a baby wombat. But then again, if you're Australian, why aren't you outraged about the loss?
Yup. We were talking about you, or I was talking about you, Dennis. Watch Dominion. I put in the link. Click right above yourself. Look in the chat. Click that link. And in 2 hours, you come back here and give me a book report, a film report, and a 1,000-word essay on why this is wrong and you are now a vegan animal rights activist.
Of biodiversity, the loss of wildlife that's occurring because of the absolutely rampant cattle and sheep farming, especially, which occurs in Australia. So again, if we're
watch it again,
concerned with
watch it again. It didn't take the first time. You watch it. You watch it.
Protecting wildlife, protecting biodiversity, looking after indigenous species. Well, let's at least be consistent with that then, and condemn the farming of animals because it impacts wildlife and biodiversity. In fact, the farming of animals is the #1 driver of species extinction and habitat loss. So again, it just speaks to a lack of consistency. But I think it would be foolish to not maybe look at the cultural nationalistic element to all of this, which is probably driving this condemnation even more. I mean, for example, if Sam Jones had been filmed picking up a fawn in Montana and temporarily taking the fawn away from their mother, would we be reacting the same way? I mean, we as vegans.
Watch the film. Do not eat a thing. Do not make any purchase. Keep watching it. Keep watching it. Keep watching it. Keep watching it until it takes effect.
But would the general people be reacting as in the same way? Would people in Australia be really outraged because this woman in Montana had been filmed lifting up a fawn and taking them away from their mother? Would they also feel outraged? Would the Prime Minister of Australia condemn that? But if the Prime Minister wouldn't condemn this,
we would. Sorry, you were making a good point, Ed.
To other animals, and has particularly condemned this because the animal in question is a wombat, then does that mean that this isn't really about animal ethics to begin with? That the only reason this has been the story that it's been is because of the wombat, and because the wombat is symbolic. It is
Dennis, let's see. Jeremy, a vegan was doing a video watching vegan influencers, and I told him to watch Jeremy Loeb. Sadly, he didn't, but I tried many times. Well, you tried. You tried. He doesn't need to watch me, though, because he's already vegan. He doesn't need it. He doesn't need this.
a symbol
But
of
I
Australian
appreciate the attempt.
culture, is part of the iconography of Australia, let's say. Is that the reason why this has been condemned? Because if so, that means it's not really about animal ethics. It's about the wombat's relationship to us. So this isn't even about the wombat necessarily. This is about our cultural perceptions of where we live. And the reason people in Australia are so outraged is because the wombat signifies something about their culture. So in essence, we've objectified the wombat in some way and turned them into a symbol of human culture in Australia. And the reason why humans are outraged about it is potentially because they feel like their culture is being infringed upon. And actually,
He's sort of doing a lot of like circular. It's a good video, but he's making the same point multiple times.
the use of the animal by this lady to film an Instagram video has upset people because they view it as a violation of sort of their cultural heritage, let's say. Oh, this is where we live. This person who's not from here has come across to where we live and taken this animal who is a part of where we live and has cultural significance and objectified them.
So our sources have told us that she has actually fled the country on her own accord. She's seen what the public ministers have had to say and she's getting out before she's actually deported. The most outrage I've ever seen for a story in my whole time working here, Australians just are showing that they have a zero tolerance to animal cruelty and
Zero tolerance to animal cruelty. Yeah. Right.
people messing with our endangered wildlife.
Don't look.
This is why these stories I think are so fascinating, because
It's money for Ed.
you have sort of the surface level, let's say, which is, wow, this is animal cruelty. This should be condemned. But then as vegans, we go, well, there's a hypocrisy here. Why is there an hypocrisy? And the hypocrisy tends to come down to laws, cultural norms, behavioral norms. And so the reason why this doesn't get condemned in the dairy industry, even though it happens worse in the dairy industry because the babies are taken away and are not returned after 1 minute, and because the scale of it is far greater, the reason it's not condemned is because this isn't necessarily the clear-cut case of animal ethics that it might seem on the surface. It speaks to something deeper. And we want to consume dairy products as a species. It's not really about, oh, it's bad to do things to animals. It's really saying it's bad to do something that offends my sensibilities, because that's what's happening in this example. People's sensibilities in Australia have been offended by an American woman coming over there and exploiting their wildlife. But Australians pay for the exploitation of their wildlife all the time by perpetuating industries that cause the decimation of their wildlife. And the biggest drivers of that are, like I said, the dairy industry, the beef industry, and the sheep farming industry. But the irony is that, again, in Australia, something like the sheep farming industry is also a cultural icon, is also part of the symbolism of Australian land use and Australian land management. And so what's interesting is if you're a vegan in Australia going, oh, it's terrible what this person did to this wombat, and it's terrible what these dairy farmers are doing, and it's terrible what these sheep farmers are doing, people go, oh, I'm offended about the wombat, but I'm offended about you telling me that it's wrong that lambs are separated from their mothers in the sheep industry. Because in Australia, of course, the sheep
Well, don't worry. We'll watch Joey next, and Joey's Australian.
industry is huge. The wool industry is one of the main agricultural sectors in Australia. And so actually there's a huge cultural perception around sheep farming in Australia because of the role it plays in the agricultural sector, and because of the amount of land that's dedicated to it and the amount of symbolism that is assigned to it.
If you don't have sprogs of your own, then teach someone else's how it's done. Because we want these little cherubs to grow up big and strong to fight un-Australianism. Tofu? Don't be un-Australian. Teach those little ankle biters to be chop munchers. Barbecue lamb on Australia Day and show them how it's done.
And then we go, well,
Can we watch that again? What the hell was that?
Assigned to it.
If you don't have sprogs of your own, then teach someone else's how it's done.
What is happening in Australia? What is this?
Because we want these little cherubs to grow up big and strong to fight un-Australianism. Tofu? Don't be un-Australian. Teach those little ankle biters to be chop munchers. Barbecue lamb on Australia Day and show them how it's done.
And then we go, well, how do we get through to people then about animal ethics when a lot of this isn't really about animal ethics, but is about emotion and connotations and feelings and symbolism and traditions and cultures and all of these things that exist maybe on a little bit more of a subconscious level. And a lot of the people who are outraged about the wombat thing will be upset, of course, that the wombat is feeling distress and will, of course, be feeling empathy for the mother as the mother is following them down the road to see where her baby is being taken. Of course, there is that aspect of it as well. But what we have to try and do as vegans is encourage people to lead with that empathetic response so that we can then hopefully get them to shift that empathetic response to these other areas where the same thing is happening, but potentially and arguably worse, and of course, at a far greater scale. And that's why the issue of animal ethics is so important, because it helps people reach commonality between things they are outraged about and things that maybe they don't realize they should be outraged about. But beyond that is, of course, these other ingrained behavioral drivers that maybe muddy the waters and also maybe sometimes provide a source of conflict between applying that empathy more consistently.
Let me read the comment here from Alicia. The double standard is the selection of one animal as safe versus the other, which is to be used as food. At some point, all animals were free until humans interfered. Is that mocking the food system or something suggesting the symbolism of sacrifice, animal or humans? Mocking the food system. Not sure what you mean by that, but I think your phone is correcting you. Elite sacrifice. Yeah, let's see what we got. What we got? Rituals.
And so we have to try and encourage people to do that. So look, I'm glad that people are condemning Sam Jones for this awful thing that she did to this baby wombat and their mother, for the distress and harm that they caused this family, and for the absolutely outrageous justification that they've used, to produce a piece of Instagram content. Now, I should say that Sam has released a statement trying to say, oh, it's not as bad as people think, and I was worried about the wombat. But we all know that's not the reason why she separated the baby wombat temporarily. We all know it's because she wanted to carry a baby wombat and film it for social media. So we know the reason behind that. And I'm glad that that's being condemned. But as a vegan, as I'm sure for all of the vegans who are watching this right now, I feel frustrated and disheartened that these obvious parallels are still overlooked, that this obvious infringement of even the ethics that people say they have in the case of the wombat is not being adhered to consistently, that we are not just viewing things more objectively, and instead we are allowing ourselves to be motivated by all these externalities and all these more subconscious behavioral drivers that just muddy the waters and sometimes get in the way of us just thinking more critically, rationally, and indeed, of course, consistently. Anyway, thank you so much for watching.
I'm sorry, y'all. 21 minutes of Ed screaming at us. Yeah, again, like his channel would probably grow if he wasn't so confrontational. Like, Ed, come on now. But there's the video if you want to go mention to Ed that, if he just content wise, message wise, 10 out of 10. But the screaming we could do without. Just let him know. Let him know Jeremy sent you to send that message to him. And show him some love. All right, let's just go all wombat all the time. This is the wombat stream. I should have called it the wombat stream. But let's see. Okay, let's bring up Joey's take on the wombat, because we're going to examine this from all angles, every angle. But Joey's Australian, so he can speak to this a little better.
To take a baby wombat from its mother and clearly causing distress from the mother is just an outrage.
So an influencer has stolen a baby wombat off of their mother, causing the mother and the baby wombat distress. And the world is in outrage. The Australian Prime Minister has chimed in, and it raises very, very important questions about the ethics of taking babies from mothers. What I find most interesting is if we were going to quantify the amount of baby stealing that took place to mammalian mothers, the industries that take babies away from mothers would probably rank highest in terms of something like this. The egg industry are taking fertilized eggs off of parent layers who fertilize the eggs, and then the industry come and take those eggs away and incubate them in incubators and hatch them away from their parents, and then they dump the boys into a macerator in order to create the hens who go on to lay eggs for the egg industry. And then we have the pig industry who have mothers impregnated, sometimes in sow stalls, and then they spend their days farrowing inside of a farrowing crate, which is a cage essentially where they can't turn around for 6 weeks at a time, and they sometimes squash their piglets and can't help their piglets. And when their piglets wean, the farmer comes in and steals the piglets. Sometimes they smash the piglets' heads on the ground if they don't grow fast enough, or if they're sick, or if they're runts. But one of the most famous industries for stealing babies is, of course, and everyone who is in the know knows, it's the dairy industry. Now, Anthony Albanese and others who are expressing extreme outrage at and rightly so, at a wombat having their baby stolen. Where is the outrage for the dairy cows who, as a fundamental part of that industry?
Oh boy, what did Alicia say? I just scroll over and I see message retracted. Oh God. Alicia.
Industry have their children taken en masse every single day in Australia, across the world, so that human beings can take the milk that was meant for the baby. Now, this woman here, as far as I saw, gave the baby back. Doesn't justify it, but she gave the baby back. In the dairy industry, they take all the babies, male or female, but sometimes they'll kill the males on farm, and the females will go off to be grown and fattened and exploited and slaughtered. Okay? Now, this woman here didn't exploit and kill the baby. She gave them back. It was a sick joke. So my question to everyone who is outraged at this, why aren't you outraged at the systemic baby stealing and killing that takes place for the food?
Whoa, Joey. Whoa, step too far, Joey. Step too far. Calm down.
For everyone to be even more outraged at what the meat, dairy, and egg industry do to mothers and babies. And this outrage here that you're expressing for this wombat, express it across the board. Because what I find incredibly just psychologically interesting is the magical phenomenon that when you change the species of an animal from a cow or a pig to a wombat, people all of a sudden give a damn. But if you from a cow thing is the magical phenomenon that when you change.
I wish we had wombats in America. They're adorable. Look at that wombat.
Yeah. The species of an animal from a cow or a pig to a wombat, people all of a sudden give a damn. But if you were to analyze the sentience and experience of a wombat versus all these other animals, all of their experiences matter just the same as each other. So please oppose all forms of baby stealing, baby killing, and maternal trauma by opposing all forms of animal exploitation. And here it comes, live vegan.
Oh, that's where you lost. That's where you lost a lot of people. Oh my goodness, what did we just get into? All right, let's go to another Joey. I wanted to bring up. He's got a few videos that I haven't seen. Media attend halal slaughterhouse after shocking investigation. Let's watch that one. And I'm sorry if you guys have all watched these. Sorry, I haven't watched them yet. We watched them together. I scroll it through. Okay, let's see. Alrighty. Media attend halal slaughterhouse. It's great when the media starts to pay attention.
activism event, we get arrested straight away. All right, we get arrested straight away. Why aren't they arrested for abusing
Have y'all
animals?
been seeing the Ridgeland coverage? Ridgeland, Wisconsin. Go on what is it? Fox 6 or something. Fox 6 Milwaukee's Facebook page. They've got like a ton of stories right now. They've posted it like 3 times. Go comment on their expose about Ridgeland Farms. That was fantastic. They also did a story about Julie the Beagle. The beagle rescued from Ridgeland Farms, who spins in a circle to the right. To this day, Julie spins in a circle to the right. I've met Julie. Julie spins and spins. Luckily now she spins because she's kind of excited. You know, she's like surrounded by people who love her now. But it used to be the case that she was in a cage at Ridgeland Farms, a breeder of dogs for laboratories. And thanks to Wayne Shung and Paul Darwin Picklesheimer and Eva Hamer and others, she is now free and living a great life. But yeah, Fox 6 Milwaukee, something like that. And yeah, it's really important when these stories come out that we show them that we want to see more of that. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
We get arrested for creating awareness, doing protests and things like that. They don't get arrested for literally torturing animals.
And we watched that. We reacted to this investigation about a week ago. So Joey had exposed this halal slaughterhouse, and he released a clean version of the investigation. It was so brutal that he released a clean version on YouTube and unlisted the unedited, brutal footage that is now public with an age restriction, but you can go and find the links to those at the first investigation. So check out Joey Carpstrong's YouTube page. 11th of March, a little more than a week ago. Nice. Look at all those activists. Or maybe not even, people just came out. Who knows? I don't know.
People. Thank you, everyone. Very good turnout. Thank you for being here, everyone.
Probably some people just from the neighborhood, right?
Wow, really good. Should be shut down already, shouldn't it?
Oh, Alicia, yeah, I don't think you'll see it in this video. We're not going to watch the investigation. I will go and grab the link to the, I'll grab the link to the clean version and put it up here so that you can see that. And then there's a link to the brutal version.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Hello. Oh, beautiful. Oh dear. What do you have to do to shut a slaughterhouse down? They should be arrested. They should have arrested. Where's the police? The police should have arrested them straight away. What kind of criminal cruelty do you have to commit to get arrested these days? Shocking, really. If you hurt a dog, they would arrest you first, and then you get charged. Like when we did the gas chamber activism, they arrested us first, and then they charge us, and then they investigate and go to trial and all those things. So if we have the investigation, they've caught them on camera, they should have been walked away in handcuffs. Are they working today?
Yeah.
Well, also that guy, didn't he tell, I feel like he told Joey, he's like, yeah, I will quit. If there's any abuse happening, I will quit. I think that's what he said. And not knowing that Joey had already investigated the place.
The gate's working. Joey, we estimate they've had 600 sheep delivered in the last 24 hours.
600 already.
We went past the line last night. There were 2 deliveries yesterday and 1 this morning.
There were dead sheep in the lairage. We didn't put it in the piece. There were sheep that had died in the lairage. I've got it on camera.
Fallen stopped last night at 7:30. We've got it on video. We'd got it on video that there were dead animals being tipped into collection bins.
Yep.
And the FSA, in their wisdom, told us that it is to be expected respected in the industry. Now, those animals probably died at the hands of the abusers in there.
They probably suffered and died in the lairage, yeah. They were already sick. So they shouldn't be killing sick animals anyway.
No.
The owner put a sick and injured animal in the conveyor. I think he broke the law by doing that. I don't agree with the laws anyway, but whatever that you can get them on is...
The law stinks. That place needs to close. It's got to close. It's got to close.
I'm from BBC. Do you mind if we have a quick word?
Yeah, of course.
Jerry, tell me about your involvement here. How did it first come to light that something was happening?
I wonder if they covered it fairly, unlike some of the other BBC coverage that we've reacted to, like their horrific investigation that they did, or an interview they did with Chris Hines. Oh my God, that thing. That was embarrassing. Embarrassing for the BBC.
I was tipped off by one of the leaders of the group here, and they Carolyn, yeah, she actually emailed me and told me that there was serious welfare concerns here. So that evening, I come straight down here, and we had a look. Sussed the place out a bit. I'm mostly concerned about what's going on to the animals, so took the tip off seriously and initiated the investigation.
Tell us what you found and where that footage came from.
The footage came from covert cameras. We left around 5 covert cameras at different stages of the slaughter process in the lairage, in the where the sheep are put onto a V-type restrainer conveyor that drags them into the kill floor. On the kill floor itself,
which, by the way, Joey did, because you, BBC, and whatever that other thing was, did not. The reporters, the media, the news media, with all their money and their investigatory power, didn't bother. So Joey had to do it. So yeah, that's why he did it.
Areas where they're initiating the cut and where the sheep are being shackled. What we found.
Do I seem bitter? Do I seem bitter about the media? I don't think anybody's left. You guys all went away. Is it because I was? Is it because of Ed? Is it because of Ed screaming? Damn it.
Was criminal animal abuse. There was extreme rough handling, taking sheep to the kill floor. They were throwing sheep on the floor and just attacking the sheep and just being extremely rough and careless with the sheep. One of the most horrifying parts of this investigation was the number of sheep that were fully conscious whilst being dismembered. So they would be slashed across their throat without being stunned. And there were multiple extremely likely signs that these sheep were still fully conscious when being shackled and having their tails cut off and their legs cut off and being skinned, and they were moving still. And sometimes they were still moving for up to 4 minutes. You're not even allowed to start beginning to dismember sheep while they're still alive, let alone still conscious. Dismembered whilst 1, alive, and 2, extremely likely they were conscious. Shocking, just shocking.
And what did you do with that footage? Who did you present it to?
First of all, we push for accountability, public accountability. So we go to the media first because we have been disheartened by enforcement agencies, RSPCA, FSA. We give it to them, things get brushed under the carpet, there's no accountability. So we push to make the strongest case we can. We get public outrage. We went to the media first because I know, based on historical fact, that unless there's public accountability, then they like to sweep things under the carpet. We've seen it too many times.
Why do you think no action's been taken to the satisfactory solution that the residents and...
I'm justified. Felix? Yeah, I think so. Joey with a mustache looks different. This is, I feel like this is Joey's usual look. Am I wrong? Did he shave the beard a little bit?
And people like yourself want them.
What happens when you assault a person?
I guess he is kind of mustachioed, and he's kind of trimmed up on the chin.
Get taken away in handcuffs, and you get charged. None of these got taken away in handcuffs. We've got them on camera. Criminal abuse taking place in here. Why aren't they being arrested?
In terms of everything that you have done in your career, how shocking was this? Where does this rank?
Look, we do shocking investigations all the time, and every single investigation we conduct, we uncover criminal animal cruelty. They're breaching the welfare laws in this country every single time without fail. Was this shocking? Yes, it was extremely shocking. How does it rank? I mean, in this country, the majority of pigs are non-stun slaughtered in CO2 gas, and they scream and struggle and defecate all over themselves in CO2 and burn from the inside out. It's a horrible, horrible thing to watch. This happens across the board. So my shock factor is not the same as everyone else. I'm quite desensitized, but you know, this one here, I'm actually more shocked that these people weren't taken out in handcuffs because of the amount of criminality we exposed. And they're suspending people. They should be in handcuffs, arrested, charged with criminal animal cruelty, and be going to court, just like anyone else who commits an offence. Why isn't this taking place? And this is an example that's being highlighted. Yes, this happens all the time. This happens all the time. Why aren't they being arrested, and why aren't the government enforcement agencies taking more action other than just suspending people? They suspend people for criminal abuse. The police should be in there arresting them, really. And it's because these are farmed animals, and you know, the laws are there on paper. The Animal Welfare Act 2000.
Just real quick, I'm wondering, this came out a couple days ago. Like, did we hear this on the BBC? I don't know. Maybe I should look without assuming. Here they are interviewing. Maybe they're planning something. I feel like if they had already done something, Joey would have let us know.
But they're not being enforced when these laws are being broken, and that's the problem. But like, so I don't really care for the laws here. I think the laws are unjust. But
why is truth seen as bitter? Yeah. We're getting to see everything Joey said, but I'm curious what comments, if any, were. Yeah, exactly. You once again, Felix, you and I are right on in sync. I think, Felix, you and I are probably brothers. And something happened when we were born and we got taken away. That's my brother, Felix. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what happened on the BBC, if anything. You know, it's possible. I'd like to think they're working on something, but probably just given their track record.
Bare minimum, enforce the laws. Why do you have them? They're a joke.
Yeah, and I was thinking that too because I was thinking, yeah, every time that Joey does an interview, he posts the sort of behind the scenes. Here's what I was asked. I remember him doing a radio interview, in fact, where we were watching him in his car on his phone that he posted.
The residents here are calling for this slaughterhouse to be shut down completely. Is that something that you would support?
Of course, I support shutting them down. I support them all being prosecuted, because any kind of pressure to animal abusers is necessary. There needs to be accountability. If there's no accountability and it's just a slap on the wrist and I lost my job here, I'll get a job somewhere else. You know, how are animals ever going to be protected if we don't at least prosecute animal welfare violations like this or shut places like this down? But this particular case here, the government should enforce the laws and they should be completely shut down and never be able to work with animals again. None of them, not the owner, and not any of their staff, and not the FSA officer that was in here watching animals flailing about fully conscious and not doing an eye check or going there to emergency stun the animal. I think they're all incompetent. They all need to be fired, arrested, and this place needs to be completely shut down. But I would say the same for all slaughterhouses. There's never been a slaughterhouse we haven't been shocked about. But I don't want any slaughterhouses to exist. That's my, like, straight up. I don't want any.
Alicia, the BBC is paid propaganda. Let's be real. I lived in the UK. They damn sure sometimes seem to be. I used to work for NPR member stations, and most, if not all, of the stations I worked for aired the BBC overnight. And one aired the BBC as like a morning, hour-long morning segment. So I ended up listening to a lot of BBC, and I always thought that they were pretty good. But now having, you know, been separated from that world for a long time and seeing how they cover animal issues, now I have a much different opinion. And it really does make you think, like, as cringy as they were, and actually, Chris, so we reacted to the interview that Chris Hines did on the BBC, and he did say that he had had some better conversations with BBC Radio as opposed to the one that he had on BBC TV, whatever that was, where the interviewer was clearly had taken a side, and it was not the side of the animals or the activists.
Any animals to be slaughtered, but at the very least, enforce the laws in this country, or people are just going to get away scot-free continuously across the board. I think, well, my personal view is that I think all slaughterhouses should not exist, because you cannot have mass killing of animals and there just not be this horrific stuff happening. I don't think animals deserve to be killed at all.
What are you calling for from the government then and the authorities
Joey does such a great job speaking for the animals every opportunity he gets.
who are responsible for licensing premises like this then? Because they need to exist. People, you know, people, not everyone's a vegan.
At least in these interviews with media.
Of course.
Do eat meat, so.
They do eat meat, and they do eat meat. And what I would, whether I agree with that or not, I think the government at bare minimum should be enforcing the laws in this country. The Animal Welfare Act 2006, the WATOC guidelines, welfare at the time of killing, they should be enforced. Why do we, activists with a small budget, have to jump a fence to stick little cameras in to bust people when there's supposed to be FSA cameras running? Right?
Yes. And you're talking to the BBC, and you should point it out. I will point it out to her face so hard. I would say, why didn't you do that? Why is it that we have to risk our freedom, but the BBC gets to come in here after the fact and interview us and say, oh, you know, why did you do it? Why did you do it? Instead, it could have been you. And isn't that your job? Maybe not.
Why aren't they? There was an FSA officer 50% of the time when we filmed on site.
I hope
nothing.
he calls her out. I know it might not be very strategic to do so, so he probably won't. I wonder if he's thinking it though. To the media in the UK's credit, they did get, I forget who published it, but they did get a story in the media.
Appeared to be doing nothing to help to stop the suffering of the animals. No eye checks. She wasn't on the kill floor checking to see if they were still conscious. Why not?
The Independent.
This is not our job, right? We're activists. We don't have huge
They went to the Independent. The Independent published it.
budgets and organizations. The government at bare minimum should be enforcing the laws in this country and arresting them and prosecuting them and shutting it down. Shut it down. Ask questions later.
Yeah, he's
Why does it
polished.
take activists to expose criminal animal cruelty when the FSA are in there? They're in there. We filmed them in there. Okay,
Right.
and they've got cameras on the kill floor that they're supposed to review. Why does it take us to expose that, right? And then hold the enforcement bodies accountable for prosecuting? They won't, like, without. So was this going to continue ad infinitum until we went in there with hardly any budget, with a couple of activists and some small cameras to do their job for them? This should be embarrassing to them. Why aren't they arresting these? And now
to
they
y'all.
know it's happened.
And
We've
to
sent them the
y'all.
footage, and no
Should
one's
be
in handcuffs.
embarrassing to
Why
the
not?
media.
We did an activism event. We get arrested straight away. All right, we get arrested straight away. Why aren't they arrested for abusing animals? We get arrested for creating awareness, doing protests and things like that. They don't get arrested for literally torturing animals.
What do you think about the turnout here today?
I think it's amazing. I think it's great. I think it's good. I love all people coming together to fight a common, cause. And I would love everyone to not eat animals. And I just think it's great to have full public support for something like this. And I hope it creates further awareness and there can be further change from this.
It looks like a good 40, 50 people, if not more.
I don't think this is just one bad apple. And I hope it's amazing.
What do you think about the turnout here today?
Let's take a little look.
I think it's amazing. I think it's great. I think it's
Hard
good.
to
I
tell
love
from that. It looks like
all people
maybe 30.
coming together to fight a common, cause. And I would love everyone to not eat animals. And I just think it's great to have full public support for something like this. And I hope it creates further awareness and there can be further change from this. I don't think this is just one bad apple. And we investigate places all the time. We see this all the time. And it's not just halal places, it's all places that.
I mean, Joey obviously is really taken to doing investigations. And so he's good at them. seems to be well within his skill set. But yeah, he probably is frustrated that he has to do this. I mean, yeah, especially when you're standing right in front of the freaking media. That's what you want them to cover it, so you don't want to piss them off. At the same time, I'm just like, guys, seriously. And they've been reached out to. In fact, they were saying, it's funny because they said, where did you take this footage? I bet you damn well he took it to the BBC. I bet you damn well he asked the BBC, hey, are you interested in this? And they were probably like, no, they didn't respond. It could be any number of reasons, but maybe he didn't take it to the BBC because of their track record in accepting, I don't know, who knows, but they acted like they didn't know. And I would guess, unless he's just had such bad luck with the BBC, which probably, and whatever other news agency is out there, I didn't know who that was.
This stuff happens, and I know that for a fact. Every single investigation we do, we uncover criminal animal
and I
abuse.
should say credit to these two reporters for being there, because they don't have to be there. I mean, unless they were assigned, but credit to them for being there. But it's just you're there after the fact. I shouldn't be too harsh on the ones that are actually covering it right now, though. So I should clarify that.
Just horrible, shocking places for animals, and we're supposed to live in a civilized society. So I don't think this is a bad apple. We see it.
It's not a bad apple. It's an apple. It's an apple. I wonder if the protesters eat meat themselves, and it's the style of death and not harm to animals that is really being protested, but something is better than nothing. Yeah, I don't know the breakdown of that crowd of people. And I'm wondering if some of them are just the neighbors who don't like that the slaughterhouse is there, because they can smell it, they can hear it, and it's a blight on their neighborhood. Mass journalism is political meat, is a lucrative industry that yield a look the other way policy. Yeah, unfortunately, though, it's not a lucrative industry anymore. It's a dying industry. The BBC is struggling, I believe. Most media is struggling. But, like, some of this is like unfortunate. And then other aspects of it are like, well, you weren't providing a service that was beneficial to anybody. If you're not going to report the news, then bye, So I don't know. I don't have as much sympathy. But, back in the day, I would have said, we're losing newspapers, we're losing media. It's bad. We have news deserts. And we do. But the newspapers that exist, like I said, are on my social media promoting fucking fast food. Fuck them. Go out of business. Fucking pathetic. Go out of business. You're not needed or wanted anymore. And I say that having known people who worked at these various newspapers and known that they were serious reporters, and that there are serious reporters that would be affected by these places going out of business. But I'm sorry, if you're a newspaper and you're on my Facebook saying Chick-fil-A's getting rid of this item, and it's a common thing for me to see, what are you anymore? You're literally a marketing tool for a fast food restaurant.
Across the board. So I see people just vilifying this place alone on the fact that it's a halal slaughterhouse, and I just don't agree with that, because I've seen way too much, and these are not bad apples. This is a systemic issue. So yeah, shut it down completely. I just love the community support for this, and I hope that we can extrapolate that across industry and see real change. Have you seen Pignorant? Have you seen Pignorant? It's on Amazon Prime.
Is that yours?
Yeah. I recommend just have a watch one day.
Yeah, please watch a fit. Yeah, because if you had just watched Dominion or something, you would have already been there. If you had watched one of those films, you would have been the one doing the investigation, because you would have seen that film and you'd said, damn, we've got that here in the UK. We've got that. There's all kinds of stuff I can investigate.
Ignorant film. It's a first
Or ignorant, obviously.
UK's first ever gas chamber investigation. Yeah,
Is gas chamber meant to be more sort of humane?
they say it is, but yeah.
And here is the whoever that reporter is asking a question that he should have already known, but whatever, catch up.
Yeah, but the CO2 gas itself is torturous. So that's what I was saying. Like people saying this is a non-stun halal slaughter. Yeah, it's horrifying, right? Horrifying. Pigs are non-stun slaughtered, but they're tortured before they are rendered unconscious in the gas. So it just happens across the board. So I see a lot of British bacon eaters going, "Oh, this place is halal. Shut all the halal places down." I'm like, you're just eating a bacon sandwich, criticizing this place. Like, be against it all. You know, like. So I just see a lot of racism coming up about it, and I did not like it, and it pissed me right off. You know, so but yeah.
That's the one thing I think we do have.
You
to get across in this
anticipated
piece,
that,
but
though,
it's
Joey.
the-
You knew that was going to happen. But credit to you, you didn't give a shit. Because the animals are what come first, not people's delicate sensibilities.
to do with race or religion.
At the end of the day, Muslims are being lied to here, and that's what we want to try to get across. So I'm reaching out to a lot of the Muslim community.
That's true, Felix. Never too late for the media to start educating themselves. We've had protests about rendering plants locally, but the main motivation was the smell, not the ethics. Yeah. It's like that documentary, The Smell of Money. That film was made about, what was happening to the neighbors of the pig farms. It wasn't so focused on what was happening to the animals. There was some mention of it, but it was really about their struggle. Oh God, the glitch. Oh my God. Oh my God. I hope the stream is going fine. It's hard for me to check now because when I go to my actual stream, the screen just goes black. I have to scroll around. So I have to just use other, I can go to, like, as a viewer of my stream and look at the chat. That's how I do it. But I can no longer look at the actual stream when that thing happens. It happens 20 minutes into every live stream I do. I don't know why.
Community and say, look, that you're being lied to just the same as everyone else is about the labeling and about what's humane and not humane. And we got a lot of gratitude from Muslims saying thank you for raising the issue. So it's about outreach into all walks of life here. That's what we don't discriminate. We want everyone to get the message, and yeah, but it's a tough one. Sure.
Joey, thanks so much, mate.
Thanks, Pablo. Appreciate it.
See ya.
I think that Joey was more concerned about than someone like me would have been. I don't care if somebody's concerned that it's halal.
Oh, oh, bless you. No worries.
I mean, what's the difference?
From the bottom of my heart. Oh, bless you. No.
Killing animals.
My work
Because
is
you're Muslim, you're not off the hook.
animals, so and I always will be. So whether or not you hate me or love me, I just will do it for the sheep in there. So that's why we come here.
That's all we want.
Yeah, and but I really appreciate the gratitude as well. But if you all hated me, we would still be going in there for the sheep, Which I do have a lot of people that don't love me and don't want to hug me. They want to hug me with a chair in the head. Yeah, so let's see what happens, eh?
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. There's nothing more kicking and screaming will do other than just pushing for accountability. I think the awareness is sufficiently raised now. Well, it's like crazy, awareness from this, and I just think if we don't push them to do something, the government, the problem for them is that every investigation they will have to act because we always.
That's the thing. If they set a precedent, it'd be like every single minute.
If they had to enforce every animal welfare law that was broken, they would have prosecutions coming out their ass.
The Food Standards Agency aren't going to act for this. How can we trust any food that's in our supermarket?
Well, you can't. My argument is you can't. You should watch this documentary. Have you seen this documentary?
How you didn't kill yourself.
Check it out on Prime. That's my exact argument. What's happening here is what we've been sounding the alarm on. It happens everywhere.
Food that you find every day.
Yeah, it seems like a mixed crowd for sure of people who are a little lower information about these topics because You would think if you're coming to a protest that Joey's going to be at, you would think that those would be people who knew about Pignorant. On the other hand, you've got this lady here who's got an anti-Carnist T-shirt on, I believe.
What have we've been sounding the alarm on. It happens
Yeah,
everywhere.
anti-Carnist right there. So she knows what's up.
You can't, what you're saying right now is you're on the money right now. Where you're going right now, where your mind is going, is where it should be going, because that's what we've been trying to tell people. They all do it.
Yeah, so she might have been like a neighborhood person.
Promise you that. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
There's the
Cheers, everyone.
video. By the way, I linked to that above. If you go up the chat, you can find that, Alicia. Okay, let's see. So, all right, we're a little more caught up on Joey now. There is another one though, where Muslims react. Let's check that out. I'll watch anything Joey puts out. Let's check it out. Let's check it out.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's disgusting.
What the f is this?
Throwing and shoving was seen frequently.
That's definitely not halal.
Dragging sheep by their legs or even by their necks.
The halal workers are pushing the sheep, hitting them, which goes against the halal.
So the animals don't see each other be slaughtered?
No.
Contrary to what the owner told me, here we see him dropping them into the conveyor where they have a clear view of the slaughter taking place in front of them.
So they're seeing everything.
This is not okay. How is this halal?
This is not halal. This is disgusting. This is haram.
It's literally impossible for the animals not to see each other getting slaughtered in today's slaughterhouses.
Some sheep are able to escape.
By the way, does anybody have like recommended videos? If so, send them my way. They could always target the killers going in for their shift. What pain will you be inflicting today? Go work at a garden center, mates. They likely had bacon and eggs for breakfast, some protesters. Yeah, it seemed like it, probably, right?
By jumping over the metal barriers.
The sheep is running for his life. What does this tell the workers? What does this tell the people? They want to live.
He's mocking them.
No.
I hope the same thing happens to this guys.
This idiot is making fun of the sheep and the goat while they're screaming.
Psychopaths.
This isn't what halal means.
The animals are not suffering for a prolonged period of time from the cut.
You are kuffar.
Our footage revealed hundreds and hundreds of sheep and goats dying slow, painful, terrifying deaths.
Oh my god.
Lifting their heads.
This is the thing, like Muslims believe when they say, oh, I only eat halal, that it's like painless, Is that how you would want to die?
What the is this? I'm disgusted by this murder.
Oh my god.
They're suffering.
These guys have to be psychopaths. Again, like how can you be working in that environment and not be mentally messed up?
The floor is completely red. Literally not a single clear spot.
That's like most slaughterhouses.
Completely red.
This is a bloodbath.
Who was it told me? Someone told me. Their first experience in a slaughterhouse, what stood out to them was the red floor. That the floor was painted red. I forget who said it. It's one of my early interviews, I think. Might have even been Dane from To the Grave who said that to me. So yeah, they painted the floor red because it was going to be red all over.
This is a bloodbath.
These animals should
It
not.
reminds me of Paul F. Tompkins, this comedian. I really like Paul F. Tompkins. Let's see, Paul F. Tompkins. I'm gonna link you all this. It's nothing animal related. Paul F. Tompkins, dentist. This is a funny skit. Learning to brush. I'm gonna link it. It's hilarious. But he was like, yeah, I didn't go to the dentist for like 10 years. And I was thinking about getting a red sink. Here's Paul F. Tompkins. That's a really funny skit. I really like Comedy Bang Bang. You all know that? It's a podcast. You can just go on comedybangbang.com. And it's so hilarious. It's just a lot of like, they'll have on a lot of actors and comedians, and they'll do like improv stuff. I wonder if I can react to it. I don't know. It has nothing to do with animal rights, but they're so funny. So every now and then I feel like we should be able to have some fun, right? Hang on. Let's see. I mean, other YouTubers do that. Let's see. It's Ramadan now. How is this holy? Is it Ramadan? Okay. Where did it go? Where did it go? Sorry, I'm trying to find where we're at. Okay, there we are.
Not even be seeing blood, smelling blood, nothing.
Inside the slaughterhouse, you're saying there's CCTV, and who monitors them? You monitor them? Yes. So if anything's going wrong, that's on you? Yes.
What a liar!
A Muslim might be putting a lot of trust in you. They wouldn't expect there to be any egregious suffering of the animals, because it's a bit of a different thing, isn't it? You're answering to your entire religion and
Gods? He just said gods.
I don't
At some point,
think
this
he
sheep
really
sustained
gives
an injury to their leg.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that.
A worker rips the sheep's horn off.
Damn it. Damn it. She said it, and now I'm age restricted.
He's
Or
ripping
did he
his
bleep
horn.
it? He saved us from that horrible word.
Oh, what the hell? How is this halal?
This is unbelievable.
You're going to Jahannam, all of you. Your
right.
place is in Jahannam.
One of the most shocking discoveries of this investigation was the amount of sheep who were sent to be dismembered whilst likely still conscious.
Is he just cutting their tails and legs? What the is happening?
They're getting skinned alive and their heads are being cut off.
This one's still totally moving.
He's decapitating the sheep and cutting and dismembering his body while he's conscious.
The slaughterhouse clearly favours efficiency over the suffering of these sheep in their final moments.
What the is he doing to the animals? This is not halal.
We captured many instances of them making vulgar jokes, including throwing body parts at each other.
You disgusting individuals.
This is definitely not an Islamic behavior.
They're playing wolf sounds over the speakers.
Left laying around as the workers worked around them.
That's disgusting.
would you give us some CCTV footage to look at? Why not?
What is the need? Again, it comes down to even meat eaters who are carnivorous. They don't mind seeing it in a packet, but they won't like to see the slaughtering process.
He knows.
You don't want to see the process, but you want to pay for it, yeah?
My agenda is,
Well, that's everybody, isn't it? That's everybody.
as a Muslim, first thing, you're providing a service to the Muslim community. That's the second thing.
What kind of service are we providing for the Muslim community?
To the Muslim community? So you're a Muslim? Is this what Allah taught you?
You oversee everything and you can make sure that there's
I like her. She's real fired up.
not bad things happening, right?
And I'll never let that. And, I'd much rather shut the site than ever let anything bad happen. So, like I said, it's.
Can you tell me that? Guarantee me that 100%?
Yes.
Say it. I guarantee you that 100%. You know.
Dennis, I haven't been playing any games lately. I haven't. I might tonight. I got this little like bicycle thing. I don't know. That's not going to sound exciting, so I won't say that. But there is a bicycle game that I got. And I'd really like to play Cyberpunk, but I can't pay for that. I can't shell out $50 for a game. So I just have to play the games that I can download. So unless someone wants to buy me Cyberpunk, that'd be awesome. Then we can play it. Then we could play Cyberpunk.
That there's nothing bad happening here to the animals.
I can guarantee 100% there's nothing bad happening to everyone.
Oh, his facility's about to be shut
Overall,
down.
just a 1 hour.
What a delusional liar.
I mean, he's either lying or in denial or doesn't see what happens on site.
Not everybody understands from the Muslim community what halal actually means and it entails. There's a lot involved in that. And like I said, as part of that, animal welfare is a big thing in the halal slaughter.
Wow. I'm just speechless. I mean,
I've always knew that there is a lot of corruption in the halal industry and in the halal slaughterhouses, but to actually see it
In all of them, though, in all of them, but yes, in the halal ones, but yes, in all of them. I mean, what we're watching now could apply to any slaughterhouse, and the same reactions would, the reactions of what I'm saying would be the same from anybody, whether they're Muslim, Jewish, Christian, atheist, agnostic, whatever. Everybody will have the same reaction to watching this footage. It's not. But, you know, there's this added thing where they say, oh, it's done in this certain way. It's halal.
with my own eyes. And I've never
Some
saw
of the most brutal footage you see is at these halal places, these kosher places.
any footage of halal slaughterhouses before because it's really hard to get them. So seeing them now just is absolutely terrifying and very disappointing.
What I just witnessed is a grain.
Yeah, Dennis, it is. I just looked today because I was thinking I might stream something later tonight.
That is happening. Animals all around the world are being mercilessly slaughtered in the name of religion, mistreatment, abuse.
this was humiliation. You're humiliating the animals by playing wolf sounds and slamming them on the floor. They can clearly see what's happening to the animals in front of them. And watching this video, whether you are a Muslim that eats meat or not, you're going to clearly agree that this is wrong. You know, for those that do eat animals, they think that halal means everything is fine. The animal lived a happy life. And, you know, you say a prayer and the animal's going to just be like, yeah, go ahead and take my life. And it's not going to feel pain. And that's not true.
There is no humane or ethical way to murder an individual that does not want to die.
Wow, is she
Even
vegan? Maybe she's vegan
if
already.
it's being done in the halal way. Now, if you want to think halal is an ethical way to kill, I'd hate to break it to you, but you're not eating halal. You're eating haram.
I think people that say that, oh, they only eat halal, they need to see stuff like this and know that just because it's halal doesn't mean it's right. What's wrong is wrong and this is wrong. I think if you really care about animals and if you want to follow the religion properly, I think you have to choose compassion. And even though eating meat is allowed in the religion, in today's day and age, it doesn't make sense because we have other things that are far more nutritious, that are better for our bodies, that are better for the environment, better for the animals. So there's no need for that, even though it's allowed during the day.
I think these are vegans.
Days that those commands were given to the prophet from God, maybe you were able to slaughter animals in the most right way, whatever you believe that, but that doesn't happen today.
You'd think that like in a halal slaughterhouse it'd be like a lot. But I mean there's only so much better that you can actually get.
And the problem is not with the FSA guidelines or anything else. It's our demand. Nothing can be done with.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, Dennis. I don't know. I don't know where maybe they're in the UK. There's even a national holiday that celebrates sacrificing animals for food. Yeah, isn't there like, I don't know. I watched Christspiracy and learned a little bit. Christspiracy.com. If you haven't seen it, check it out. No animal is giving permission to kill them. These sentient beings feel just like humans do, sentient souls.
This much demand on animal products. The concept of halal slaughtering is actually impossible to do with this demand and thirst for animal products, unnecessary thirst for animal products. So,
and those people, those workers, and this owner are not only cruel, but they are the shaitan, the devil himself.
Yeah, I don't think these are random people. I think these are people who might even already be activists.
For inflicting this abuse on those innocent creatures that do not want to die and are being killed in the most inhumane way.
As a Muslim vegan, I get into a lot of debates with people that talk about, halal slaughter is the way to go, and it's the most humane way of killing an animal. They don't feel pain, and that's far from the truth. Like in this video, it shows like it's contradictory to what I saw in video.
Let death be kinder than life. I hope those animals find peace in their deaths. The peace that they couldn't find while simply being alive. Live vegan. Be vegan.
Of course, the only way is to go vegan. Muslim or not.
Well, that was a pretty emotionally impactful video. That was a great video. I'm going to link to it as we do. And then you know what? Felix said it's okay. We're going to do a little comedy, if that's all right with y'all. Felix said it's fine, okay? Blame Felix, not me. I don't know if this is copyrighted or what. I don't know if we're allowed to do this, but this is Paul F. Tompkins learning how to brush our teeth. Because, guys, it's important that we know how to brush our teeth. Let's learn.
I'm trying to be a grown-up, and it is not easy. There's a lot of maintenance. There's so many things.
The reason I brought up Comedy Bang Bang, he's a frequent guest on Comedy Bang Bang, and that show is hilarious. If y'all need some comedy in your life, go listen to Comedy Bang Bang. It's the greatest podcast ever made.
Here's the thing. It never stops, right? Like you put out one fire in your dumb life, and then what? I got to deal with that now? Why are these happening one at a time? It hardly seems fair. So a few years ago, I decided it was time to do this. I went to the dentist for the first time in 10 years. Yeah, I had not been to the dentist in a decade. And I figured it was time to go.
I also did that. Because when you're young, you're indestructible.
Oh, because my gums were bleeding so much that I was considering buying a red sink.
And that's why we're listening to this, because of that one line. But we're going to continue.
But you know what? That's just a quick Band-Aid. It's not a long-term solution.
Through vegan eyes.
I was very scared to go to the dentist. The passage of time did not make me any less scared, right? For a couple reasons. First of all, when I was a kid, our family dentist practiced something called the slow drill. This is where the dentist would drill your teeth, but he wouldn't give you any Novocaine, no painkillers. He'd just slow the speed of the drill down so you hardly even noticed it was happening. Oh, it worked like a charm. Many's the time I'd be sitting in that chair. He's just drilling away. And I'd find myself saying, hey, are you drilling a hole in my head? Well, you'd never notice the drill's so darn slow. I got lost in my highlights magazine.
All right. That's enough. That's enough comedy. But I like that a lot. Through vegan eyes, is that compassionate living, Felix? Is that through? Let's see. By the way, Felix, you have mod powers, so you can do links. By the way, okay. Let's check this out. Share this tab. All right. This is how we're going to try to understand Dennis right now. We will study him. Way to bring the mood down, eh, Felix? No, I'm just kidding. What? No sound? Oh, shit. What happened? Y'all can't hear me at all? Someone, yeah, let me know. We can't. Nothing? What's happening? Okay. Hang on. Let's try it again. Let's try this again. Y'all could see it though? How's this? Y'all hear it? Wait. What is happening, guys? Felix, did you break the stream? Maybe Paul F. Tompkins broke the stream. He's pissed that we ended his comedy stream. All right, I'm going to stop sharing. Visual, no sound. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to flail around and hope that something works. Through vegan eyes. I'm going to try it again from a different one. Okay. Wait. Present. Share screen. Oh, God. It says my browser has lost connection. Okay. Let me know if this works.
I'm trying to understand the psychology of meat eaters, and I encourage other vegans to do the same so we can better communicate the message and be more effective activists and inspire change.
How about
But
that?
we know pretty well how meat eaters think, given they take up 98% of the population, and pretty much every last vegan was once in that mindset as well.
Awesome.
So could we just try for the next few minutes just to see the world through vegan eyes? This is not a sob story. I'm not trying to get people to feel sorry for vegans. I'm not even asking you to agree with us necessarily. I'm just asking you to see the world how we do, just for a moment. I want to do a little thought experiment. So imagine that you're going to a friend's place for dinner. Imagine the host preparing a roast dog.
No, you won't.
You sit at the table watching others.
Dennis, you will not. How are you going to just tell me? I think what you meant was, Jeremy, can I go in 17 minutes? And no, you cannot. You cannot, Dennis. You must sit there. I'm just kidding. You do what you got to do, Dennis. I accept.
Carve up its body. You watch people eating, say, a dog leg or a dog rib, over some drinks and just chatting merrily. How would you feel about the scene? Is it upsetting? How do you feel about the people participating in this, your family and friends? Do you think differently of them? Please know that this is how vegans feel about all animals killed for us. We view all sentient beings as being equally deserving of life. We make no distinctions between the value of animals based on their species. In our minds, all animals are off limits given they all think and feel and have a desire to live just like we do. We have unlearned the arbitrary distinctions enforced on us by society that categorize animals into which animals we love and which animals we kill. I guess this seems pretty straightforward in theory, given we know that we can't help the body or circumstances we're born into. Species like race, gender, disability are morally irrelevant criteria. When we're talking about the capacity to suffer, it doesn't recognize things like species and race and gender. It's universal. People might understand that in theory, but the problem is that most people looking at the end product, vegans are looking at the process. And once you've seen the process, it's not an easy thing to unsee. It's not an easy epiphany to unthink. We can't see bacon without seeing the pig that was killed for it. We can't see cheese without thinking of a calf who was ripped away from its mother and killed. We can't see fur coat without wincing about the animal whose back it was torn off. Just because we don't personally know these animals doesn't make their value any less in our eyes. Yet we have to see the dead body parts of animals that we care about displayed everywhere. The abuse of other species that we find so disgusting is advertised, displayed, promoted.
Another activist just screaming at us. God. I wish you would just calm down.
And disguised in humour, fun, health, and human advancement. The supermarket never looks the same. Anywhere that sells animal products become very dark places. Dinner parties and events where people are going to be consuming animals become a cause of anxiety and sadness. We're basically constantly mourning for the suffering and death of those creatures that others see as a mere resource, a meal, a personal choice. How do you feel about those tourists who took a selfie with the baby dolphin and left it to die on the beach? What about that dentist that killed
Ooh.
Cecil the lion? That's a fraction of the rage that vegans feel for every animal killed. But we're constantly told that we're not allowed to be feeling that and we have no right to be feeling what we do. So another thought experiment. Imagine that you were born into the body of a dolphin. You lived freely in the ocean with your family, and one day you were taken out of the water and you were just carelessly left on the beach to die. Now imagine you were born into the body of a pig and into the life on a factory farm where you were killed at a fraction of your natural lifespan. Nobody knew who you were, nobody cared when you were killed. From the victim's perspective, the loss of life is the same. I think that's what's missing, and that's what matters. Each individual, whether free living or in a factory farm, valued their life just as we value ours. So one was endangered and one was bred to be killed. Who made that so? Humans. The reason some animals are endangered is because of human activity, and their capacity to suffer does not decrease if their endangered status does. Incidentally, though, the leading cause of species extinction is animal agriculture, you know.
Yep. Check the comments, just make sure I'm not missing anything. Let's see. No, even that's Alicia's message is gone. Oh no. I think it's because Alicia keeps on writing like, something horrific, and YouTube keeps taking it down. Yeah, she's so loud. That's why people don't like vegans. That's right. God. She could have made the same video and just kept it chill. Instead, just screaming at
land,
us.
destroying habitats so we can feed livestock, so we can kill those livestock and eat them. So if you genuinely cared about endangered species, you wouldn't be eating meat. Anyway, the point is whether an animal is endangered or if they're bred to be killed, their capacity to value their life remains the same. So again, please know that any feelings you have about isolated incidences of animal cruelty, such as killing a dolphin for a selfie or killing a lion for a trophy, this is how vegans feel about every single animal killed unnecessarily for food, clothing, entertainment, or any other purpose. All are unnecessary. Some are just more systematic than others. But here's the tricky thing. The perpetrators, the killers, the oppressors are all around us. They're our family, they're our friends, and we have to be patient and understanding with them while they hurt those
I
that we
don't
are trying
know.
to protect, often in front of us. Every time
Nah.
people put down money so casually, it's really hard to watch that inside because we know what that money is funding. We know that that's putting down demand for unspeakable cruelty. That no one would
Guys,
be okay.
you'll be so proud of me. You will be so proud of me. So, actually, we did a cube recently. Oh, Felix, you'll be happy to know I did a cube just the other day, and I was so chill. I was so calm. I even had like people coming up to me like with that anti-vegan energy, and I diffused. I got them thinking. It was very productive. Shout out to Victorious Vegan. We did a cube together along with some really cool activists. I'll post about that another day, but Victoria organized it.
Okay with if it was in front of them, well, very few people would be okay with it. And it doesn't stop there. We watch environmentalists eating meat, which is the leading cause of global warming and environmental destruction. We see feminists eating eggs and dairy, which is literally the products of exploited female reproduction.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Wait, Alicia, you gotta go. Oh my God, you've been holding it down though. Petition to make Alicia mod. You came on VJT live with Jeffrey and Ali. I am on the panel. Yes, you were there. That was pretty fun. We watched some Mike the Vegan. Let's see. Okay, Alicia. Yeah, I'm going to need you to stick around. At least until Dennis goes, like, because he's trouble. And if y'all leave me alone with Dennis, who knows what'll happen. You got to last at least 17 minutes, I think.
Productive systems. We hear spiritual and religious people preaching about kindness and peace while they consume the products of torture and death of the most vulnerable and innocent beings on earth. We watch pioneers for social justice campaigning for equal rights while they deny rights to billions of animals merely for the species they're born into. We witness self-proclaimed animal lovers putting down money every day for every form of animal abuse imaginable, and then consume body parts of the animals they claim to love. I'm always trying to find the empathy and understanding for meat eaters and justify their actions by a lack of knowledge or being very heavily conditioned. So before you dismiss vegans as extremists or annoying or preachy, remember how we see the world and try to have some empathy for us. Try to have some empathy for the animals. So the question is, are we brainwashed or are you? Why can't you see what we see?
Yes. Be vegan. Nice channel. Nice video. I don't know that one. Let me give that a sub. Whoa. Huge viewership on that video as well. Good choice, Felix. That was awesome. 9 more minutes, Alicia. Okay. All right. Let's find us a 9-minute video that I will not stop even once. Not a one time. That's 10 minutes 40. That's too long. It's too long. 10 minutes and a half. Come on, Mike. What do we got? What do we got? Maybe we could watch this channel. What do y'all think? This guy, Jeremy Loeb. 5 people watching. He needs some help. He needs some help. This channel is so funny. Chocho and Quan. All right. What are we going to do? What are we going to react to? Well, this one popped up. Might as well. I think it's Joey's Oxford. Just for the sake that it's on the screen already. Let's just throw it on. Why not? Whoa.
You eat a cow. It's the Holocaust.
Oh, this will be good. I have seen this, but it's been a while. Let's watch. This is from Plant-Based
It's the
News.
Holocaust. You eat a cow. It's the Holocaust. You murderers.
When you're the victim, things look a lot differently from that angle.
Lucy, was that Lucy? Lucy's one of the co-producers of Seaspiracy. Interesting.
This house, against all our instincts and better judgment, go vegan. When I Googled what do people think about vegans in preparation for this debate, the results that came up were, why do people hate vegans? The war on vegans, the science of why people hate vegans, and vegophobia, which I had never heard of. We've even seen high-profile cases where
Thing
vegans
is,
have
I
been
don't
discriminated.
care. Like, I mean, I know it's beneficial for us to be liked in some cases, but I also just don't really care. I just want people to think about the vegan. I mean, sorry, the animals, not the vegans. Yeah. So, I mean, that goes back to those disruptive protests. Like, if we're, disliked, that could hurt us, yes, but that's why I said y'all would have been proud of me because I was very likable, I believe, during that cube. Even had this one guy that was like, yeah, I'm a carnivore. You'll never convince me or something like that. But it was a real cordial conversation. I did not, I promise you, I did not sell out the animals. Not once. I was very firm, but I just had a tone. Not like Ed, in his screaming. I had this like kind of chill tone. I was like that. Not like Lucy, not like Ed. Those extreme vegans.
Against. William Sitwell was ex-editor of Waitrose magazine, and he had to resign after an email was leaked where he joked about killing vegans one by one. NatWest Bank faced a scandal when a customer calling to apply for a loan was told by an employee that all vegans should be punched in the face. A key argument I can see for going vegan is the climate impact, namely that being vegan removes the large carbon impact created by farming animals. So think carefully before you vote tonight, for the future of the union's sake.
When it comes to consumption and human behavior, it is near impossible to reach a point of total morality. So people
Yeah, let's watch the carnists. Rather than the vegans, let's hear some carnist arguments.
are just going to pick the side that is most convenient for them anyway. I think it's quite clear that if I came home this vacation and announced that I would no longer not just be eating meat, but no cow's milk, no honey, no eggs, no cheese, and so on, not only would I have to endure a lot of teasing and a traitor stamp on my forehead, but I'd also have to shop and cook for myself and opt out of a system where I don't spend the dregs of my student loan on quinoa.
Oh God. Oh, what? That sounds horrible. That sounds so horrible for you. Oh my God. It would be so difficult for you to spend the dregs of your college education money. Privileged asshole. God damn. What a privileged fuck. Jesus. Oh, I'm so poor. I'm in college. Hello. Most people have struggled to go to college. And yeah, okay, whatever, lady. Yeah, it sounds very difficult for you. It's definitely not harder for you. Definitely not harder for the animals. I mean, definitely not.
You may think that these are sort of funny and insignificant little arguments, but they speak to a wider truth that switching to veganism just isn't realistic or desirable for most people. Habitats are destroyed because of the rising demands for grains, not to mention the fact that these animals will simply cease to exist outside.
The rising demand for grains is because we're feeding the grains to the animals, you moron. You absolute moron. You came to the debate with that? Fucking Oxford University. You went to Oxford University. Is she a student? Are these like I know Joey's not. I don't know who these people are. All right.
Side of a system of ownership. The animals that we consume are not built for nature, and I'm not sure what Proposition thinks will happen to them if we neglect them. I mean, I suppose either we domesticate them. I'm not sure if you want a cow actually in your house, but I
You
also
absolute moron. Sorry, I don't have much else to say about her. We're not domestic. The animals are already domestic because they've been domesticated. There are animal sanctuaries. We're going to stop breeding them into mass existence, i.e. forcing a female to be pregnant against her will, by the way, which I wonder if you would enjoy that. You know, like, would that be something that you would be in favor? I don't think so. So that's how it's going to work. Like, really, you're going to bring this like F game shit to this debate at Oxford University? Like, this is like weak shit. You would think like they bring some people who are like at least scholarly and weren't like the Facebook section of anybody's wall. But this is like Facebook wall type shit right here.
just think this is just as morally objectionable as milking them.
Who are you?
Or we leave them to die.
Like,
No, thank you.
no wonder
Second,
Joey's got
on
the
humans.
longest segment because
Quinoa, think about it. Once a staple food of countries like Bolivia and
can't remember the last time I ate quinoa. But yeah, if you got a problem with quinoa, don't eat quinoa. Simple fix.
Peru, it has tripled in price since
By the way, I probably ate more quinoa as a meat eater than I do as a vegan.
2006. And whilst the richest in these countries gain from exporting it, the majority of people there just can't afford it anymore. Soya, too, it's now one of the leading causes of deforestation.
Okay. Yeah. What is it? 90% of soy is grown to feed livestock, which you would have known if you had done a modicum of research on this before you got up to speak about it again at Oxford University. Where do they find these people? Like, I mean, I guess it makes us look good, but it's just like lazy. It's annoying. Okay. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to the chat. Let me catch up. Yeah, let's hear the Carnus, Dennis. Yeah, because they're making great points. Lentils way cheaper than meat. Yeah, she was a student at the time. Okay. The future. Oh no, we're losing half the audience now. Damn it, Dennis. Alicia. Don't you want to hear your Carnist arguments? Dennis. Thanks for stopping by, Dennis. I appreciate you. All right, Felix, I think Alicia's taken off too. Brains doesn't get you onto Oxford money, and networking does for the most part. Oh, okay, gotcha. Quinoa, very bad, in my opinion. I had it once in my life at Nando's and hated it. Quinoa's all right. It's a great, healthy food. There's also different kinds of quinoa and kind of different ways too. Like I've had it taste very different in different ways that it was heated up, essentially. Okay, your time is up. Did you die, Dennis? Did the cholesterol get you? Dennis. Come back to us, all right? I'll probably game later, Dennis. Maybe I'll see you later. I don't know what you're up to.
In South
All right.
America. Yes, you may be less likely to get cancer if you eat a lot of greens. That doesn't mean you won't get it. Still about 1 in
Yeah, no shit. That's the true of everything. You idiot. Yeah, just because you don't smoke doesn't mean you won't get cancer. She probably should sit down. I don't mean to be super condescending to her, but she should probably just sit the fuck down.
2 people in the UK get it every day. Most of those people could also, like, a lot of those people are also vegans and vegetarians, right? So it doesn't stand.
Well, show us the numbers, because a lot. You're making a claim. You should probably back it up with numbers.
Entirely on proposition. I'm not here to put vegans on blast. It would be really unwise of me to do so, seeing as Disha is sat directly behind me and I'm quite scared of her. I just ask that we consider the effects of encouraging a huge shift in human behavior that has existed for millions of years. It's not realistic.
Man on Hammond.
It's not fun, and it's not fixing the problem.
Okay.
Yes, there are some disturbing factors to meat consumption, but the same goes for any industry catering to billions of people globally.
I hope that by the end of this debate, eyes will be opened.
Sorry, we're gonna skip. We're gonna skip
Not
the good.
all-
We're gonna skip the good people. We're gonna just listen to the cringe.
Meat, fish, dairy is produced in the same way. Firstly, it might be good for you to take heed of.
Well, it's gonna be hard to listen to this guy because it's hard to see past the bow tie. Like that just says to me that this guy's an authority. So I assume that anything that comes out of his mouth is going to be well researched, well thought out, and logically sound. Let's see.
Some of Professor Miles Allen's research of this university. He
Starting
argues, and I'm
with
quoting here,
research. Good start.
that we don't actually need to lower meat consumption to stabilize global temperatures. And that's based on his research that looks at the short-lived nature of methane, which gets a terrible reputation in animal agriculture, but doesn't actually stay in the atmosphere permanently, but is often.
Yeah, nothing stays in the atmosphere permanently, my friend. Ah, the bow tie is already failing him. Come on, guy.
Often treated as such
Just focus on the bow tie.
in the calculations that are used on the vegan side of the argument. Welsh beef and sheep production was amongst the most sustainable in the world, actually emitting probably a third less.
Wait, sorry,
sustainable in
I
the world.
wasn't listening.
Welsh beef as such in the calculations that are used on the vegan side of the argument. Welsh beef and sheep production was amongst the most sustainable in the world,
Oh, I would love to see these numbers.
actually emitting probably a third less than the global average that are often used in the calculations on the other side.
Uh-oh, a third less. So that would make it just epically disastrous and not like, completely monstrously catastrophic on that scale. Even a third of what we do would still be quite bad, I would say. If your numbers were correct, which obviously they're not, because we know that these are the worst for the environment, what you just said.
Welsh pasture-based beef and sheep farming is not like
Is worse than factory farming. Again, the more land that you use, that's going to be worse. The reason why they have factory farms is because it confines animals in a tiny space. It's very efficient. So, yeah, you're talking shit. But, I mean, if we put you on mute, maybe then let's try this. Let's try this, guys. Let's try it. Now he's making some good points. Huh. I didn't think of it that way. You know this guy's, he's quite good. Let's listen to him again.
used for global meat production for more unsustainable parts of the world. Most vegans consume enough B12 to avoid anemia and nervous system damage, but many do not get enough to minimize potential risk of heart disease.
Oh, right. He's a moron. Damn it. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Should we go back? Should we go back? Did we miss something valuable? No doubt he said, let's back up. Let's hear him out. Let's hear the guy out.
Pasture-based global average that are often used in the calculations on the other side. Welsh pasture-based beef and sheep farming is not like the feedlot, intensive feedlot and ranching systems elsewhere in the world, causing very high emissions, deforestation, poor welfare, justifiable.
Just uses more land. Right. Big stretches of land doesn't cause deforestation. Oh, I got it. Yeah, so in his view, it doesn't take more land to use more land. Oh, okay.
You may want to stop eating that kind of meat.
Hmm.
Some of the systems.
So surely you don't go to restaurants and eat meat, right?
On our doorstep here, the Cotswolds, Dalesford Organic, for example. Wonderful, good quality.
Ooh, oh, thank God he said organic. That made me feel so good inside. When he said the word organic, it made me know that, oh yeah, they use all the fertilizer from factory farming for organic. So yeah, fuck off.
Sustainable livestock production, that isn't the same as some of the figures used for global meat production for more unsustainable parts of the world. Most vegans consume enough B12 to avoid anemia and nervous system damage.
That was a good point. Kind of like how, most people on the planet probably do. Yeah, because it's kind of like not that big of a concern, I suppose. But, somebody probably died of B12 deficiency. So, and that person might have ate meat. So clearly meat diets are bad.
But many do not get enough to minimize potential risk of heart disease or pregnancy complications.
Right. Heart disease, because we see so much heart disease. Vegans suffer from heart disease in such great numbers, right, guys? Yeah, vegans have a high prevalence of heart disease, probably the highest, because, we lack B12, and that is the cause of heart disease. The main cause of heart disease is a lack of B12. Oh, yeah. Okay. We're learning a lot.
Well, if you're going to vote for veganism tonight, I'd urge you to look all of these people in the eye. Could you do it? Could you look these people in the eye and say, sorry, time's up? I don't think you could. Please vote against the motion.
Cows.
Kind of a weak way to end your speech. Okay, she's smart, so we're going to skip ahead. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. We're skipping the smart people.
The richest part.
Oh, he's smart too. Got to skip. Wait, where are... Okay, there we go. Maybe we'll finish with Joey. Maybe we'll watch some of the smart people, but I mean, we're here for the cringe. Let's just go with that. Oh God, here we go, guys. This was previewed for us. Y'all ready? I'm sorry to do this to you.
Thank you.
It's the Holocaust. You eat a cow. It's the Holocaust. You
That is, to be fair, that is what Lucy sounded like just a few minutes ago. That is what Earthling Ed sounded like. To a T.
murderers. He has spent his life going around. Holocaust. It's the Holocaust. You eat a
Who is she? Anybody know? Are we supposed to know who she is? There's barely a day that passes without me attending the funeral of a vegan who died of B12 or protein deficiency. Yeah, and it caused him a heart attack too, I think. Broken hearts. Yes, Alicia.
cow. It's the Holocaust. You murderers. He has spent.
To be fair, I don't think I've ever heard any human being ever talk like that. So, vegan or not, I've never heard that affectation.
His life.
Let's hear it
going
again.
Holocaust. It's the Holocaust.
She sounds like she's struggling to. There's like a blockage.
The house and the world should go vegan. Thank you.
She did do a pretty good Joey impression, though.
It's the Holocaust. You eat a cow. It's the Holocaust. You murderers.
You murderers. She sounds like if I was doing an impression of like the game Clue.
Has spent his life going around abattoirs, watching animals die. And that's what vegan people call a hobby. Do you remember with or from COVID? They died with or from.
Does she think that this is helping her? Like this performance-based aspect? Does she think this is helping her not to look crazy?
From?
What's this? Why do we have a thing of lettuce? What's going on? This is a prop for her? Okay.
Linda McCartney.
She's got something really good planned with that lettuce.
She died with or from being a vegan. Linda McCartney. She died with or from being a vegan.
Can someone help me out? What just happened? Linda McCartney. She died with or from being a vegan. What does that mean? Huh?
They died with or from.
I gotta hear it in context.
It's the Holocaust, you murderers. He has spent his life going around abattoirs, watching animals die. And that's what vegan people call a hobby. Do you remember?
That's what we call a hobby? Wait, what? That's what y'all do. We just expose it. Is that? Oh, I'm so confused. She's all over the place, guys.
With or from COVID? They died with or from? Linda McCartney.
Wait, what?
From COVID, vegan people call a hobby.
Now we're on
Do you
COVID.
remember with or from COVID? They
Oh, okay. She's making some COVID point. So she doesn't believe that COVID was killing people. Is that?
died with or from? Linda McCartney.
So, okay. All right. So she doesn't believe COVID was a thing. Okay.
She died with or from being a vegan. Death is what happens to you when you're a vegan.
Oh, only vegans die.
And they lie. They lie.
Me?
They
No.
lie straight to your faces because they have a certain dress style, or they have a certain doctorate, or they have about 1 follower on Instagram.
Hey, lady. I have above 1 follower on Instagram and on YouTube, and my shirt is awesome. Thank you very much. So chill out, lady. Maybe sit down with your lettuce.
They lie to you.
I do not.
Nothing that
Guys, I do not lie. I do not lie. Are y'all lying? She wins the Oscar for overacting. Yeah, she is nuts. Linda McCartney wasn't a vegan. Okay. She's blaming Linda McCartney's death on being vegan. She had a line of plant-based products? Who the hell is she? Who is this lady? But it's vegans who are in a cult. Go figure. We are, and we lie. Felix, you lie. Sorry, I can't match her. I can't match
that
her.
they tell you is true. They even lie to themselves. The Bible says lying is one of the 7 deadly sins. The Bible says if you
Are we we don't have like a high prevalence of people who are citing the Bible. We have some. But I would say it's not a huge majority.
you lie, it is because you hate yourself. And that
She got me.
And that is true of every single vegan I know. They hate themselves so
She did get me there.
much, they will only suck on quinoa for sustenance.
We're back on quinoa again? What's the quinoa obsession? First lady was talking about quinoa too. What? I haven't heard a lot about quinoa lately. What was the quinoa obsession?
And my question,
Wait,
they were
where'd
every
the lettuce
single
go?
vegan I know, they hate themselves so much, they will only suck on quinoa for
That's not how you eat quinoa, by the way. You know that, right? You just chew it and swallow it. You don't suck quinoa. Does she know what quinoa is? By the way, there was a jump cut and the lettuce was gone.
sustenance. And my question to people who say,
Where's that lettuce? Damn it.
that being vegan isn't an endpoint, it's a
This is obviously some kind of highlight reel.
journey, like they're on the bloody X Factor.
Who said this
and
was
my
journey?
question to people,
It's the ex-vegans are always talking about journeys. The journey apparently always leads to ex-veganism.
who say that being vegan isn't an endpoint, it's a journey, like they're on the
It ain't a journey to me. It's a one-step process. Non-vegan, vegan. Non-vegan, vegan. That's how it is.
bloody X Factor. You know where they want that journey to end up, don't you, good people? They want you sat in the dark, sucking on the arse end of a locust.
We want people sat in the dark, sucking the ass end of a locust. A what?
They may sit sucking on the arse end of a locust.
A
In the dark,
locust?
suck.
Guys, a locust? Yeah, I had to make sure. Locust, a grasshopper, that's an animal. Does she know what a vegan is? She came to a vegan debate and apparently doesn't know that vegans don't eat animals. This must have been around that time when everybody was like, Bill Gates wants us to eat bugs, and they kept associating Bill Gates with veganism for some fucking reason, even though he's not vegan and far from vegan. Remember the brain rot. Remember the brain worm? Remember it? You cannot tell me that she's not suffering from her brain being eaten by a worm. I think all the signs of that are very apparent.
King. Don't you
Let's
good
hear
people
this
factor
brilliance
in
again.
an endpoint?
She's also she thinks that this is like a good performance.
It's a journey, like they're on the bloody X Factor. You know where they want that journey to end up, don't you, good people? They want you sat in the dark.
Hang on. Sat in the dark. Like, again, like what is she imagining? Like, is she trying to equate veganism now to the environmental movement where they would like prefer if you used low energy light bulbs? Is that what's happening? Because again, don't think she understands what veganism is. She is here at a debate about it. Probably should have looked it up. I mean, if I was going to go and have a debate about a topic that I knew nothing about, probably the first step would have been to like Google it. I don't know about y'all. I would have at least known what it was. But she didn't do that. She didn't go that route. She took a different strategy. Fair enough. Different strategy.
Sucking on the arse end of a locust. They may sell you the journey like it's an attractive thing, but the end point of your journey is not attractive. Point of information, who asked? Yes, sir. I am.
Ooh, that's a pretty, I like that question.
You asked? Yes, sir.
As you're not a vegan, are you not then just a slave to desire? Ooh. Wait, he's on her side, right? Here's the smart people, right? Am I wrong? Are they sat all over? Smart people, Joey's there. Smart people, dumb people. Smart people, dumb people. I'm confused. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I should be on this side.
I am a slave to desire, darling. What do you have to offer?
Lady, you're not sexy. I'm sorry. I normally try not to comment on people, but she thinks things that aren't true. She thinks things about herself that are not true.
Or is that too meaty for you? I so support vegans. I love you. I want you
We
to.
might have to see the whole thing. This is cut up. Like we didn't see what happened with the lettuce. I gotta know what happened to that lettuce. Did she eat that lettuce?
Join together with your miserable little friends who are all short. And I want you to be happy together, sucking on your locusts. I want you to be happy.
Yeah, again, we don't eat animals. I thought you would have known that. Vegans don't eat animals. Locusts are animals. But by the way, I am not a short person. Okay, I'm like a little above average height, I would say, but basically average height, but a little above average. And I just took a photo with some friends of mine, all vegan animal rights activists, and they were towering over me. We had 6'3", 6'4". I mean, I looked short in that. I'm like 5'11". That's like, I think 5'11" is like slightly above average height. Lady, you're just not good at this.
But allow me, sir, the same tolerance and respect by allowing me to sit nuzzling, eating a whole cow from head to tail, as I do on a daily basis. I love meat, sir. I love it. And all I plea from you as a tolerant individual is to give me the freedom. Let these people have the freedom to choose. And the most vital point I came here to make.
You know, I think I watched Joey's, which was very good and very serious. And then she came on and just made an absolute mockery of herself. Wasn't this am I wrong? Like, didn't Michaela Peterson have a speaking role? Because wasn't there something about she had some debate at Oxford and they just like it was so bad that they like banned it or something? Like they wouldn't even show it. But they showed this. How bad was that Michaela Peterson speech?
Is that there are some health issues that these individuals do not want to address. And that is the matter of testosterone.
Oh.
Because you know that if you do not eat meat, your testosterone levels are considerably lower than.
Oh. Guys, she's calling us pussies. That's what she's doing. To be fair, she does have a deeper, more guttural voice than I think all of us. So she might have more testosterone than us. That might be where we're getting slipped up here, is that she's upset that all the men that she meets and wants to sleep with are more feminine than she is.
Anyone else's. And if you do not eat meat, it is also proven that your member will be smaller.
You see, like, she tried comedy, but it just didn't work. You tried. It was, I mean, to be fair, I do it too on my channel. It probably doesn't work. It probably works about as well as your comedy. But I'm not speaking in front of Oxford University, lady.
Than the good people who eat meat. And Darwin proved this point, survival of the fittest, my darlings. The glorious thing about vegans having very low sperm counts. Those little things can barely swim. So this house may choose to go vegan, but should it do that, it will not have a biological future. Because survival of the fittest means we need the meat eaters. I ask you, I implore you from my icicle little frosty soul to completely wipe away
Katie
the
Hopkins.
proposition and to vote with me and the opposition this evening. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Just for contrast.
Yes, the House should go.
Just for contrast, we are going to watch Joey because, like, that was so bad. And I wonder, like, what order these happened in, because I feel like I remember Joey doing a pretty damn solid speech. Let's
Vegan,
watch it.
And as a matter of urgency, you might wonder
And
why.
yeah, and he's talking about urgency and serious, like taking this seriously. And here was this like dope. The slave to desire was clearly planned. Yeah, maybe so. I wonder what her area of study at Oxford was. Well, I don't think everybody had to be at Oxford, right? Because obviously Joey is not part of Oxford. Mushrooms in the dark would have been better. Drinks too much. Yeah, I think she is like the kind of person who you end up at like a party with, and she's hitting on like all of the people that are way younger than she is, and she thinks it's sexy, like that you know, that comment like that he made about desire, where like, yeah, I just feel like I've met her before. I have met that woman before. She's always at a party. She's always drinking too much wine, and she's hitting on everybody, and it's a mess. And God bless her. God bless that lady.
On earth I'd be so concerned with people being vegan? People often say, stop forcing your views onto me. Why are you trying to force your lifestyle onto us? Well, I can assure you I don't have some narcissistic goal of wanting you to be like me or to join my cult.
Alicia, thank you so much for joining. Good to see you. And have a good night. And yes, her soul is quite icy. And her comedy is, yeah, not so good. Not so good.
The motivation is connected simply to the concept of supply.
How many stars can we give her out of 5? What's her star review?
And demand. When you go to the store, you take flesh or milk off of the shelves. They replace it with more, subsequently subjecting more animals to a life of abject suffering and a brutal killing. So the motivation is not to force my lifestyle onto you, but rather I want you to stop forcing your lifestyle onto other animals. For you, it costs just a few quid for a pound of chicken. For the animals, they pay the ultimate price. The vast majority of animals in the UK and the world are farmed in filthy factories. But you might find that hard to believe because of the lie you've been sold. What humans do to animals in order to obtain their flesh, milk, eggs, and skin is, in numbers, unequivocally the largest moral atrocity humanity has ever committed. Only 110 billion human beings have ever existed in our world's history. We kill more feeling sentient beings than that in a mere 6 weeks, by the most conservative of estimates, and all for trivial and needless products.
Wait, Joey, are you going to talk about sperm? You're losing my attention, Joey. Are you going to talk about the size of your dick? Joey, take this seriously, please.
In fact, since my talk started, we've already slaughtered over 2.5 million animals. And after just these few words, another 32,000. And just like that, minute after minute, hour after hour.
Hey, he's got the bow tie going. But he doesn't sound stupid. Like, good things are coming out.
Millions of animals massacred. And for what? A burger? A ham sandwich? A chicken wing? I bet you probably couldn't remember what you ate for lunch last week. That's how little it meant to you. But for the animals, it was all they had. Now, these numbers are unfathomable. We're talking between 1 and 3 trillion land and marine animals every year. That even if you were to believe that a human life is worth 1,000 animal lives, 1 million animal lives, when we crunch the numbers, we surely should have reached the threshold to which you would consider our treatment of animals.
I'm finding out what happened to that lettuce.
Crimes. If you don't, I'm sure the animals would see it that way. You see, it's easy to look at an issue from our perspective and say it just doesn't matter. But as famous animal rights lecturer Gary Yourofsky once said, when you're the victim, things look a lot differently from that angle. If an atrocity like this were taking place to humans on such a scale, it would be the new Holocaust on steroids. But the animal Holocaust isn't new. The systematic domination, enslavement, and mass killing of animals has taken place at least since the dawn of agriculture, and we've become more efficient at confining and terrorizing animals with the rise of factory farming in the 1920s. Animals were the first to be enslaved, the first to be systematically slaughtered, and
We tried to interrupt him. Let's see. That wasn't not just me.
Terrorizing animals with the rise of factory farming in the 1920s. Animals were the first to be enslaved, the first to be systematically slaughtered, and the only victims to ever be served in a modern university cafeteria with no one batting an eye. For as long as non-human animals have been oppressed, they still are to this day, persecuted, treated like nothing, their charred bodies chewed up, digested, and flushed down the toilet. The utter disregard and contempt for these sentient beings is unmatched. But why are their lives disregarded?
Guys, I found the full speech. It's still up on Oxford Union YouTube. And I'm pretty sure they took down Michaela Peterson one. So this was better than that one, which is disturbing.
Well, just like racism or any other form of discrimination, it all starts in the mind first. Speciesism. You might have heard this term before. Similar to racism, it's essentially discrimination based on species alone. It's the reason we love and care for dogs, but destine pigs to hellhole.
All right. I'm going to link to this video, but we got to watch that speech. We got to do it. Cause yeah, we got to. I don't make the rules, guys. I don't make them. That's the plant-based news video. Here is Katie Hopkins argues for the freedom to choose to not be a vegan. This is 16 minutes.
Thank you. Well, shit me, you're a lot of fun, aren't you? That was a really joyous moment, wasn't it? Listening to the proposition, please, would you? Oh, my days. First of all, we've got you. Banging on about how we should be vegan and how something can be more than 100%. Yes. Okay, sure, we're all going to fall for that one. And
what? Lady, put the wine down.
then we've got you banging on about cancers and how ill you're going to get.
They had doctors there. She said, then we got you banging on about cancers. They're doctors, lady. Banging on.
And how you're all going to die. And if you keep eating this, you'll die more, die harder. There'll be a pandemic. Your blood's knackered. Your cancer's knackered. Your liver's knackered.
Yeah, that's happening, lady. Sorry.
So much joy, isn't there, amongst the vegan community?
Is a hospital fun, lady? Is the emergency room a fun place to be for you?
Aren't they just uplifting? And then we've got Mr. Holocaust here. We're nearly into Christmas. It's the
Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah.
Holocaust. You eat a cow. It's the Holocaust, you murderers. He has spent his life going around abattoirs.
She's like,
watching.
What happened? We were having a civil Oxford Union discussion.
Animals die. And that's what vegan people call a hobby.
I wonder if she's a student and she's like, this is what I paid for. This is what my parents paid for.
That's what he chooses to do. That's the way he chooses to spend his life, watching animals suffer. And we don't even need to worry about the climate anymore because this goddamn chamber has offset more carbon emissions by not heating this goddamn place than anything else. I'm freezing my ass off here. This is inhumane.
Lady, I feel like this lady, who is she? Katie, I gotta look this up. I'm sorry. This is like her moment. English media personality. Is that who this is? Why is she there? Okay, if I have the right person, and I think that I do, Katie Olivia Hopkins is an English media personality, far-right political commentator, and former columnist. What does she have to do with this debate? I'm looking, guys. I'm sorry we're paused. I would just like to know, like, what is the point of having her? Like, Joey isn't obvious. The doctors aren't obvious. What is her point? Oh my God. Okay, I realize this is not. I should play the video.
Talk about how pigs are treated. Look how you treat your speakers. I'm freezing to death and I'm a meat eater. This is insane. Look at these women. Look at this woman, virtually naked. -3. Look. And still they look glorious because that's who they are. But this place is freezing. So you can talk about China's coal fire.
There's this video Oh my God, it is so amazing. So there's this MAGA, like, the make for people, everybody knows the Make America Great Again people, the Trump supporters. There's this lady who made a sitcom, like a MAGA sitcom. And I don't know what it is. Like, there's something about conservatives that they just lack. They just don't really understand what comedy is. I don't mean to make this political, but there are so few comedians that are right wing. Like, so few. And I mean, like, we even the ones that we grant like right wing status to are they're just basically like liberals who have like some hot takes. Like, comedy is not part of there's something lacking there.
Coal-powered fire stations, all you want. It doesn't matter. This place will still be biblically freaking freezing.
Like, she thinks she's being funny right now. Like, this lady back here is laughing, I think, because it's so bad.
Not yet. But not yet. You didn't say point of information before you started speaking. Do you not know how this house works, for God's sake? I don't want to see your armpit. Put it down. But later, yes. I would just like this house to join me in applauding Team Vegan for summoning up the strength and the energy to make it into this chamber tonight purely by sucking on a cashew nut. I commend you for that, at least. You talk about people living a long time. Oh, yes, they live over 100. Over 100 years they lived. Yes, where did they live? Oh, yes, sunny California, not Barry Baltic, Oxford. That's why they live so long.
I have no words. I have no words to respond to this. I am kind of baffled. Southern California now is where all the vegans live. Okay. Well, I mean, LA's got some good vegan restaurants, I suppose. That's what I hear.
And the thing with these guys,
I don't believe Southern California is a blue zone. Is she talking about the Seventh-day Adventists? Maybe that's what she's trying to get at. Because, yeah, they did live a really long time. They do live a really long time. Because a lot of them don't eat animal products.
is they will not acknowledge truth. Look at people. Do we have any students of medicine in the room? Any doctors? Any medics?
Yeah, we have some doctors. You pointed at them on the stage. You pointed at them on the stage, and then you said you were blabbing on about cancer. Yeah, right in front of you, lady. Are you okay?
Do you remember with or from COVID? They died with or from? Linda McCartney. She died with or from being a vegan. Death is what happens to you when you're a vegan. And they lie. They lie. They lie straight to your faces because they have a certain dress style, or they have a certain doctorate, or they...
See, if you're going to do a roast, you got to be funny. Like, roasts are great, but you have to be funny to do the roast. I don't think she's getting invited.
have about 1 follower on Instagram. They lie to you. Nothing that they tell you is true. They even lie to themselves. The Bible says lying is one of the 7 deadly sins. The Bible says if you lie, it is because you hate yourself. And that is true of every single vegan I know. They hate themselves so much. They will
Was
only
her
suck
time
on...
up? Was her time up at... Hang on. Was her time up at 4 minutes? Was she only supposed to go for 4 minutes and then she went 16?
Quinoa. fact they hate weight, it is because you hate yourself. And that's
I think he might have been a timer guy.
weight. And that is true of every single vegan I know. In fact, they hate themselves so much, they will only suck on quinoa for sustenance. And I tell you that they lie because, look, they will tell you that this festering thing.
Yes. We're going to find out what happened to that lettuce. Is she going to throw it?
Is in fact a steak. That is a lie. Tonight, I was not even fed. I brought my train, myself up here on a train, all the way from Exeter. I am nearly starving because all that I was fed was a festering aubergine because someone here happens to be
Are you sure you didn't drink all the way on that train?
a bloody vegan. Selfish doesn't even begin. Oh, yes. I'm so pleased to have been your president that I don't even feed my frigging guests when I bring them here to the Oxford Union.
Oh my God, this lady's like, talk about like she, again, she thinks this is all comedy, but there's all like truths to the comedy. So she's like insanely entitled. And she thought, oh, they're going to feed me all this food. I demand to be fed for this debate thing. Oh.
Despicable treatment, and I hope for better. Thank Christ this one's a meat eater, so I might even come back.
Yeah. That's the face of many people, I think, in the audience right now.
Molly, you can wanted a point of. Do you want to still have it? Do. Darling, what did I tell you privately? I told you you look like the most glorious, waif-like, beautiful thing I ever saw. I am not. I'm commending all of you on your virtual nudity in this Barry Baltic location. God damn it, if you can't win a debate with what you're going to say, win it by getting your nipples out. That's what I say.
Did she just concede that she can't win a debate? Because
This cauliflower, they call it a steak. I have 2 gun dogs. They're black Labradors. We go about the countryside in the morning. I have a child, actually, who's a farmer as well. But as we maraud the countryside, molesting the vermin in our path, you want to show this to my gun dogs and tell them it's a steak. And they'll look at you.
what's up, Verdant Jedi? You were a Muslim? Interesting. Damn it, I missed your reaction on the halal video. Glad those Muslims are actually vegans. Well, you could always scroll back if need be. You could scroll back if need be. But I have to tell you, it's not going to be as entertaining as this if you have a high level of cringe tolerance. And if you find right-wing comedy to be comedy, then this is comedy. But if, like most people, you expect comedy to be something that you laugh at and not because it's so bad that you have to laugh, it's like one of those B movies that is unintentionally funny, then yeah, this is the moment for you, I believe, Verdant Jedi.
Exactly like the idiot that you are. Also, freedom.
I mean, and also, who's the audience? Wow, like she had the prop and she threw the prop. Wow, so shocking. Oh,
Darlings, if there's one thing we can agree on, we may agree that you hate me. We can agree that you may think I'm stupid, but perhaps
we can agree on that.
agree that this house believes people should be free. Perhaps you.
Well, I don't know if we can agree on that because I believe the debate is about whether or not people should be vegan. So it seems to me like they're actually actively debating whether people should be free. So I don't know.
You think people should be free to decide how.
And again, who are you and why are you up on the stage for this debate? I mean, we had doctors enjoy Carb Strong and just like very serious people, and then they had this. Did the vegans have like a clownish person as well, like a comedian? I don't know.
How they live their lives. Perhaps you, educated people, one moment, believes you should be free to make choices that you want to make. And my question to people who say that being vegan isn't an endpoint, it's a journey, like they're on the bloody X Factor. You know where they want that journey to end up, don't you, good people? They want you sat in the dark, sucking on the arse end of a locust.
Yeah, again, not vegan.
They
So
may
no.
sell you the journey like it's an attractive thing, but
So again, I really do feel like if you're going to have like a serious debate, like this is some advice to Oxford University, who apparently could use some advice. So Oxford, let me do the Jon Stewart thing. Meet me at camera 1. Meet me at the camera. Meet me at camera 2, because you're going to need camera 2. The next time you schedule a debate about veganism, check whether your guests know what veganism is. That would be the first step. I think when you invite someone for a debate, just make sure that they know what the debate topic is. Make sure they know what the debate topic means. Free advice. Actually, fuck you, Oxford. That's not free. Send the donation. I've got the link. You owe me. Fucking give me some money, Oxford, because I earned it watching this. In fact, donate to everybody on my stream, because everybody's watching this and cringing. How many people we got? Oh, we got 4 people. Mary's here. Please, Oxford, send Mary a check ASAP. Oh my God. You ran out Alicia. Alicia had to bolt. She was like, I cannot take this any longer. Even Dennis, the carnivore, couldn't take it. He said, fuck this. I got to get out.
the end point of your journey is not attractive. Point of information, who asked? Yes, sir. I am a slave to desire, darling. What do you have to offer?
Yeah, I think Felix, I think it was Felix, right? Who said it? Who said it? Someone said this was obviously staged. I would tend to agree. I would tend to agree. Oh, what's up, Neil? Sorry, I haven't been as vigilant. Let me catch up. Let me catch up. Okay, who is this woman? This woman is a right-wing commentator, Mary, who has no knowledge of what veganism is, but was invited, apparently, by Oxford University to debate veganism. Katie Hopkins, yes, she is unhinged. If veganism truly kills, then the hospital should be filled up with vegans by now, but it isn't. Yeah, she's a clown. Yeah, I would say they did. I would say they did embarrass themselves. But so I made this point earlier about how the right, and I don't mean to make this political, but the right has a real problem with comedy. A real problem. Like, they don't understand comedy. It is like not a language they speak. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. But if you want a good laugh, just look up MAGA sitcom. Oh my God. I could watch that for days. It's so good. It is so unintentionally good.
Or is that too
Yeah.
meaty for you?
Yeah, this was staged, and yeah, she thinks she's being funny. Wow.
We need the freedom to choose how we live our lives. Look what just happened at the University of Warwick, my darlings, dressed like you're in the Arctic. Look what just happened. 500 students of your types, weak individuals, malnourished,
Oh,
with very few followers, an interesting thing to say, but quite a hot girlfriend. 500.
Lady, just cool it. I mean, lady, like, I also made this point earlier. Isn't this, y'all have been to parties where there's a woman like this, right? We've all been to the party where this woman is there. She's there. She's got her wine. She's out of control. Nobody knows what to do with her. They're all just trying to stay away from her, and she keeps wandering over and hitting on the young men. That's this woman. We've all met her. But we don't usually give her a speaking role at Oxford University.
Students at the University of Warwick, they just decided what 26,000
Drunk ant.
students were allowed to eat. You are no longer allowed to eat meat at Warwick University. Exactly. The shock on
Oh,
your
you can
face
post
says everything.
all you want, Verdict.
Now you need to say point of information before you are happy. Thing.
Wait,
University of friend.
by the way, at about the 4-minute mark, some guy stood up, and I believe that was the time when she was supposed to shut the fuck up. We're now at this 7:40. I could be wrong, though. I don't know how this was organized.
500 students at the University of Warwick, they just decided what 26,000
yes.
students were allowed to eat.
Congrats, 500 students to attend the vote that I'm sure everyone was allowed to attend. Tough shit, lady. That's kind of how we have Trump too, right? Are you going to say like, oh, you know, like all the people who voted for Trump decided that we're going to have Trump because, oh, some people were too lazy to get off their ass and go vote? Tough shit. Now we got Trump.
You are no longer allowed to eat meat at Warwick University. Exactly the shock.
And my guess, I don't remember because actually in the UK, they are kicking ass at these universities. So there's been a lot of universities that have banned selling animal products on campus. And I believe it's like in the cafeteria. They're saying we're no longer going to serve that in the cafeteria. I'm pretty sure you can go and get your fucking meat and bring it on campus and nobody's going to arrest you. I think that's pretty much how that's going to work. I could be wrong. I hope she's right. I hope she is right. And like, if you brought meat onto the campus, there would be like these vegan police that like shut it down. Wouldn't that be awesome? Like vegan police, like get the fuck out of here with your meat. Sorry, turn that shit right around.
On your face says everything. Now you need to say point of information before you are happy. Okay, go now.
Yes, just like I said, because again, see, I'm not here for a debate, and yet I knew what they were talking about because I pay attention, because I care about the subject, unlike whoever you are who is invited to discuss a topic that she doesn't know anything about. So I heard about these. Yeah, any student can vote in these votes. So you're saying that these 26 people being decided upon, they had their chance. Yeah, fuck you. You didn't come to the votes. Tough shit. That's how elections work. Oh, well, maybe you should have rounded up your people to vote, but you didn't. So
you saying that it's 26 people being decided for, they got their chance. Okay, so hold on. Let's just say I didn't say 26 people.
yeah, she did say 500.
500 students.
Oh, so 500 students said, yeah, we don't want that meat shit on our campus. So it's actually better, isn't it? That's like a lot of people that said, no. Yeah, we want to be part of the future.
500 students deciding what 26,000 students can eat. How is that?
Yeah, again, the 26,000 students, had they gave a shit enough, they could have voted. Yeah, but again, I'm going to say it again, tough shit.
That okay? I see that you're happy about it, but your face says that you're a very angry man. Happy people smile. I would love.
A lot of people are smiling during your speech. We're having fun with it, but it's not for the reason that you think. It's not because you're as funny as you think. The drunk ant.
bet if we could have some smiles from well done. You say point of information, go. Point of information? No, you got to say point of say point of information, then do it. Good. Oh, I say, such venom. And this is the issue, the hatred, I say.
Look at Joey. Just like Joey's sitting there right now. Like, I could be doing an investigation right now. Like, honestly, Joey's been so busy lately that I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly what he was thinking. He's probably like, yeah, like, I'm really glad I get to speak for the animals here. But will this lady shut up so I can go do my investigation?
Such venom. And this is the issue, the hatred, the intolerance, the barbarity, the cruelty, all sits with them. Look at the hostility that I'm
Lady, put the wine down, please.
taking here. A nice lady just come to try her best. Look at them. This, do you want this? Is this what we want? At this beautiful, glorious heart of intellect. And I love you all so much. I cheer you on. She knows I cheer you on. I told you. She knows. They know. I told her. I love you all so much, but because I love you.
Guys, you know, if you need any, a lot of people are confused. Like, why are we in the predicament that we're in? Look at her. She is not unique. This is why we're in the predicament that we're in. It's because of people with the brain rot, the bad brain rot. That there is a brain inside of that skull. There is. I promise you guys. But it's rotted. It's not doing well.
I need us to be able to laugh together and to be together and to support people's freedom. And I even want you to smile. Freedom of information. Say point of very, very good. Go.
It's not about you as a person, it's about what you're spewing.
I'm afraid you just let yourself down there, sir. We give people the freedom. I so support vegans. I love you. I want you to join together with your miserable little friends who are all short. And I want you to be happy together.
Again, she is mad because she's like overly masculine.
Sucking on your locusts. I want you to be happy. But allow me.
And again, she thinks that vegans eat insects. They invited her onto this panel to debate veganism, and she doesn't know what it is. Oxford, send me my check. Fucking pronto. You have the money, okay? I know you have the money. Send me a check right away. And give me an honorary degree while you're at it.
Me, sir, the same tolerance and respect by allowing me to sit nuzzling, eating a whole cow from head to tail, as I do on a daily basis. I love meat, sir. I love it. And all I plea from you as a tolerant individual is to give me the freedom. Let these people have the freedom to choose. And the most vital point I came here to make.
By the way, we were watching the plant-based news video, so we got the highlights of this. So I've already seen where she's going. Now she's going to talk about dick sizes because this is a very serious debate where we had Joey Carbstrong speak very compassionately for animals, and and now we're going to talk about penis size because she's not compensating at all for her sex life. Again, she's that person at the party who doesn't get to go home with someone because nobody wants to be near her. She's trying too hard. Maybe if she just chilled out a little bit. I don't know.
Is that there are some health issues that these individuals do not want to address. And that is the matter of testosterone. Because you know that if you do not eat meat, your testosterone levels are considerably lower than anyone else's. And if you do not eat meat,
By the way, as dumb as this sounds, this is the prevailing belief. This is believed by so many people. So many people. So she says she thinks that vegans are short, scrawny, have tiny dicks, and like they don't have they're not fertile. So they don't have like working sperms. Sperms that can't swim. Yeah. And that is the prevailing belief, despite like films like Game Changers, despite vegan athletes just dominating their sports, just fucking dominating their sports, despite being less than 1% of the population. Somehow vegans keep on dominating sports. I don't know. But yeah, it's for her, she's concerned about testosterone. And I think it's because she has too much of it.
it is also proven that your member
For her.
will be smaller than the good people who eat meat. And Darwin proved this point, survival of the fittest, my darlings.
Darwin proved this
The
point.
glorious thing about vegans having very low sperm counts. Those little
Yeah, this was a Darwin thing. Yeah.
thing can barely swim.
Yeah.
So this house may choose to go vegan, but should it do that, it will not have a biological future. Because survival of the fittest means we need the meat eaters. Yes, my darling, go. Your sperm.
I mean, was she supposed to talk this long? I wonder. There was some dude in the back that got up, and I swear at like 4 minutes, he stood up, and she was like, "No, not yet," and that was 8 minutes ago. Oxford, just saying, maybe get control of your guests, perhaps. She's complaining that you guys weren't serving them food. Maybe had you served them food, the effects of the wine would have diminished to some extent. Is that what you were doing, Oxford, serving people wine? Or did she just sneak it in? Because everybody else seems fine. Yeah, all these doctors over here and Joey.
Is yes.
Look at all these guys just like what are we doing here? Poor Joey.
Yes. Good. Very, very good. Very good. I have been, thank you. Excellent. Well done. Exactly what point of information do you see you learn?
I mean, it's almost like they chose her. You know, it's almost like vegans, oh, we've got one more spot. Can you guys pick someone for the other side? And they were like, who could we get that would make meat eaters look so unhinged? Might be, again, I'm looking at her bio on Wiki. I think this is it. English media personality, far-right political commentator, and former columnist and businesswoman. And if you look on her Wikipedia, there's a lot of bad takes, but I'm not even seeing anything about animals. Am I? Wait, let me scroll. I'm sorry. I have to look. Climate change here, that could possibly... Someone commented that Hopkins has often negated the effects of climate change or resorted to fear-mongering regarding measures aimed to reduce carbon emissions. And she said something about they want you to sit in the dark. Vegans want you to sit in the dark. So I think she thinks that it's all about climate. She thinks like vegans want... Yeah, she thinks it's like Bill Gates or something. The fear mongering around Bill Gates, like wanting you to like eat bugs. I don't even know if he ever said that. And by the way, he's not vegan, not even close to vegan. But yeah, somehow that has permeated our culture. And again, it's permeated our culture because worms have permeated our brains.
Very, very good.
Damn it, worms.
I have 50 years of research. 50 years I've put in on the road, researching the sort of meaty members that I need. And let me tell you this, good children, let me tell you this.
It's so bad. It's again, it's that right-wing style of comedy. They think it's funny. They don't understand that there's got to be some kind of like delivery or irony or like punchline of some sort to make it comedy. Like there's you're supposed to laugh not just at how bad it is.
Know what I need. What I need is a mighty meat-eating man with a tool belt and a massive cock. And you are not going to find that on these benches. Look at the way they sit. You can see for yourself. Don't cringe, it's fine. There is no point coming up with something that a vegan is wielding. Honestly, it's like a drumstick in a warehouse. So
I don't think that was the insult you thought it was going to be. Yeah, that sounded like a self-own lady. That sounded like you unintentionally owned yourself. Yeah. But, I guess that's what happens when you're writing on your napkin after wiping the wine off your mouth. And yeah.
my darlings, it is important as we laugh together. Look at the mirth in this room. Huh? Look at the humor. Look at the joy that we have systematically brought to you during this debate. This woman.
If James Wilkes debated her, she would be destroyed. Yeah, but they didn't make this a serious thing. Real debate. It was when Joey was doing it. They had other good guests as well. They had some cringy. They had like a student. Well, I don't understand who they were putting up on the right. I say the right because she's on the right. Anyway, the anti-vegans. The first one we watched was like this student who was, I don't even know who she was, but she was making all these points for veganism, like, grain, like she didn't realize she was making points for veganism. She was talking about how destructive it is to grow grains, not realizing that they're grown for the animals. But obviously, we can't expect these people to have Googled the subject prior to the debate, right? So anyway, she was, I guess, a student, and they threw her on there, just like they kind of threw this lady on there. I mean, I don't know what the qualifications for any of these people are. I guess the problem is that there are none, but they could have at least gotten someone that like talks about it, right? Like someone that's like, I don't know, like some like carnivore douchebag on YouTube would have made more sense.
Hilarious. This man, pink suit, superb. This girl, just pulling it off like she does. What do we get from them? Pure, abject misery, my darlings. I am telling you, I have had one of the most miserable nights of my life here tonight. I've had to sit opposite festering vegans, most of them short. I've been fed stuff that I would not feed to my herd. Huh? I have frozen my tiny tits off, and they needed a boost and they never got one. If it's about my tits, hit it.
Remember Milo Yiannopoulos? Remember that guy? Milo. Oh, we miss Milo. What happened to Milo? Remember, he used to say things like this because he thought it was shocking. That's what this lady's going for. She thinks that what she's saying is shocking and that there's shock value and like, wow, we're in this Oxford University thing. And so, wow, like, oh, I'm talking about my small tits and dick sizes. And wow, it's so edgy. And remember, Milo was like that too. He thought he was so edgy, and then everybody found out he was a that word that we're not supposed to say on YouTube. I guess we can say he was a PDF. And yeah, and then suddenly his comedy wasn't so edgy, and it never was. I mean, it just never was. It was like, wow, like you're kind of like the kid who wants attention so badly. But I mean, you don't realize like we grew up with South Park and Always Sunny in Philadelphia. You can't out edge us. We grew up listening to death metal and like chill music for like pop music today is about like there's a song WAP. Y'all know what that one is, right? That's pop music today. You can't be out edging us. There's no line anymore. So like we've done it all. Like you're not shocking anybody. If you're shocking the suits at Oxford University, trust me, you're not. You're not. But I mean, that's where I think that some of these right-wing commentator people who like lean on what they think is comedy, being edgy, like they just live in a like real conservative world and they don't understand that we're exposed to all of it. We're already exposed to all of it. And when you're in like a veganism debate and you're out here trying to like be edgy to Joey Carbstrong, who probably just like fucking was at a slaughterhouse like a couple hours before he did the debate, placing cameras, watching animals getting their head cut off. You think you're going to impress Joey? Like, lady. Ugh. Oxford University, I expect better. Please, the next time you do one of these debates, I mean, I guess I should thank you for the content, though. It's fun to react to. But I mean, you're like, when we think of universities that we mean to take seriously, a lot of people put Oxford up there at the top. Oxford University. Wow, such esteem, right? Such gravitas. It's Oxford University. It's a study from Oxford. All of the best professors and researchers are at Oxford, right? Ooh, the organizers of this debate kind of fell flat.
Oh.
There you go. Here she is with her shtick where she's this horny old lady. And again, this is supposed to be shocking. Guys, whoa. Nobody's left. I have shown people too much of this stuff. I think it's you and me, Mary. I think we're the only ones left. My screen says 2 people have made it this far. Thank you.
Oh. No, I'm absolutely chilly because all I've eaten is half a freaking aubergine and 1 stem of broccoli. So I ask you tonight on my most important grounds.
By the way, I just don't really understand even the joke there because when I'm trying to be warm, I'm not thinking of what the food was that I ate. I'm thinking of like what I'm wearing. I'm confused. Okay. Yeah. Once again, we're So she thinks that what she eats is gonna warm her up or make her cold. I mean, if I drink a smoothie or something like a cold smoothie, sometimes I'm chilled because yeah, it's cold. But yeah. Anyway, let's carry on because we got a lot to learn here.
Oh, hold on, wait a minute. Can you say that a bit louder because they can't hear?
Circus is down the road. If you want some more fun, maybe you should go there.
So
Someone wasn't as thrilled by her presence, I believe.
oh yeah, that went down great actually. just to articulate what he said, is that the circus is down the road, and if I want to have fun, maybe I should go there. Do you know what? Last time I went in a circus, it was very well heated, so I may well enjoy it a lot better.
Oh,
He
wow.
also says he's
Well, that was funny. Wow. That joke just went over just as well as his did.
speaks on behalf of most of the chamber. Very dangerous thing to do, isn't it? Precisely the sort of way vegans think.
I don't really understand that. By the way, most vegans are against circuses, at least circuses that use animals. So, yeah. But I mean, if they would transition circuses to showing us people like her, we might show up. We I mean, we're streaming this. At least I'm streaming this. It is quite entertaining to watch someone fail so hard.
Because a vegan believes they shouldn't be eating meat because pigs are kept in small cages. I'm not allowed.
So, yeah, once again, not understanding what veganism is. Again, Oxford University probably should have vetted their attendees. Vegans don't eat pigs because pigs are animals and they're sentient. It's not because they have small cages, though they do. We are not welfarists. By definition, vegans are not about welfare, better welfare for animals. Now, while that could be stepping stones, which is why many vegans and animal rights people are in favor of laws that enhance the welfare of animals, it's primarily for the reason that it makes it more expensive and thus gets us closer to ending animal agriculture altogether. We are abolitionists. We don't give a fuck how small the cages are. We give a fuck that there are cages. We don't want cages for animals. So you dumb moron, you probably should have looked up what a vegan is before you went to the vegan debate, and you might have done better. But again, something about this lady tells me that even doing a quick Google search would be a bit of a stretch for her.
To eat meat. My darlings, what I ask of you tonight is to think about.
Now, granted, she was not a serious person by any stretch. So for me to even make a serious argument to anything she says is just kind of silly. Yet at the same time, it's an Oxford debate. So
what this place actually
debate. It's a series of talks given by various people.
Represents. And this place represents freedom if it represents nothing else. I want you to live your lives just as free as you can be. I want you to be.
Interesting that she talks about freedom right after talking about cages. Isn't that ironic? Again, the worm is eating too fast for her to keep up. So yeah, she just mentioned that pigs were kept in tiny cages, and now she's talking about freedom. So, someone whose brain wasn't eaten away by a worm might have been able to pick up on, oh, maybe that was a bad time to mention freedom. But the worms are winning this battle, I believe.
Be as happy as you can be, to love whoever the hell you want to love. But most importantly of all, darling,
Britain's Carrie Lake.
I want to have the chance to eat meat, and I want you to have the opportunity.
Oh, I thought I was the other bloke, Jedi. Like, I'm watching my own stream because that's how I can read your comments. So the numbers aren't accurate because you're here, Mary's here, I'm here. It should be 3. Maybe they don't count me. Maybe they don't count me. Maybe that's what it is. But yeah. Maybe the worms got to the YouTube counter guy. So it's definitely a guy counting.
To eat whatever the hell makes you happiest as well. So I encourage you, I ask you, I implore you from my icicle little frosty soul to completely wipe away the proposition and to vote with me and the opposition this evening. Thank you.
I believe the vegans won. Let's just check this real quick.
Why is everyone spiraling over YouTube banning ad blockers? Like, chill guys, just use Pi. It's a free Chrome extension.
Don't use Pi. I don't know what it is. Don't use it. They're trying to get your money somehow, guys. Just leave it alone. Don't use Pi. Just, I don't know.
There is no animal that drinks milk past infancy. Babies drink milk from their mothers.
These are the highlights, I suppose. I mean, obviously they're the highlights, but I believe we're going to get the results.
Until they're toddlers. And for some reason after that, society tells us that we need to move to cow's milk, which is meant for a baby cow.
Certain types of meat and fish, etc.
By the way, I just want to point out, she was making a big point about the masculinity of the vegans. Take with that as you will. And proceed.
Not unsustainable. And if we're moving towards more circular regenerative agriculture, in which products
What
from
I'm
animal
saying, if it's not spelled out clearly, is this is your alpha male.
agriculture like manure are very important to grow your plants, then I couldn't confidently and honestly look all of these thousands of families in the eye and tell them that what they were doing was bad for the environment, bad for the world, and that plant-based agriculture would be better.
It is undeniable that human civilization has adversely impacted life support systems on the planet. Scientists have identified 9 planetary boundaries that we must stay within for the sustainability of life on Earth. At the moment,
Then you got this guy. Everybody on the vegan side was serious. They were there for a reason. And then the other side, I don't know who picked who, but they picked her.
we have transgressed 6 of them.
Listen, I won't stand here and argue that conditioning people into
The
thinking
student, I believe. I don't know who. Press. Oh, wait. Press. Okay, she's with Oxford Union. Press and sponsorship officer. Wait. Oh, sorry. I just banged the table. Hang on. Okay. You see, right? Founder and director, Climate Healers, right? Okay. Well, who's this guy? Let's find out who he is. Visiting Fulbright professor. Why? What's his qualification? I just don't understand. President. She's the president of Oxford Union. Again, I actually don't understand why she's on this panel, but she spoke for veganism, so good. But why? Why are you there? Like, okay, president, yeah, maybe that makes sense. Got some gravitas. That makes sense. Probably going to talk about some climate stuff, so it makes sense. Climate healers. And then her, press and sponsorship officer, who was just a student, an Oxford student, and she flopped, as you might imagine. as someone who has no qualifications to speak on the topic whatsoever.
Conditioning people into thinking that KFC is a good protein source is healthy, but neither is pumping out artificial produce onto shelves as protein replacements and convincing people that taking 5 vitamin supplements a day will restore the balance that's been thrown off by adopting a diet very few human bodies have lived on since the conception of the race.
What humans do.
I mean, like, why? I just don't get it. I do not get it. Why were you there? Why did they do that to you? You did it to yourself, but also why did they do it to you? You had no knowledge. You didn't know what the topic was. Joey, makes perfect sense. One of the most prominent animal activists in the world. That makes perfect sense. I mean, Joey Carbstrong and then a student at Oxford. Makes no sense. Oxford University, send me my check. You motherfuckers. You are so bad at this.
Do to animals.
Let me do your job. Hire me. I will do your job for you. I will put together great debates for you.
In order to obtain their flesh, milk, eggs, and skin is, in numbers, unequivocally the largest moral atrocity humanity has ever committed.
Death is what happens to you when
There
you're
it
a
is.
vegan.
Media personality and comment. Why? For what? For what perspective? Just to learn how dumb they are? I don't know. Oh, I thought this house would go vegan. I thought that meant I thought they did take a vote and they won. Yeah. What's up, Jeremy? All right. I mean, yeah. So yeah, it's just kind of baffling. Like, I'm sorry, Oxford, but that was a fail of epic proportion. Can we get the whole thing? I just want to see the end. So that's her again. Why does she look so different? Why do they keep bringing her? Oxford Union. Why? What happened to you, by the way? She looks very different. Katie Hopkins dismantles woke Oxford students with pure facts. Oh, I have my doubts. Katie Hopkins versus Just Stop Oil. Let's check that out. I'm just curious. Let's see what happened here. This is something. No. We're not giving her a view. No, sorry. No. That goes against my morals. I will not give her a view. Okay. Wow. All right. What should we watch, y'all? Oh, it increased from 2 to 5. All right. That means we got to keep going. We gotta power through. Okay. You guys got any ideas for what we should react to next? I can look. There were some other videos I haven't came out over the last week. Man, that was very interesting. Oh yeah. We got to do Mel and Steve. We always do.
To be a vet.
Yeah.
It's a new one. We'll react to all of Mel and Steve's content because they're kicking ass.
And you want to help. Okay, so you're trained to be a vet.
Yes.
And you want to help animals.
Yeah.
So it's morally consistent to be vegan. How's the cheese, by the way? Is the cheese good?
Really good.
I
Good
can't
cheese.
know.
So that cheese is vegan cheese.
Yes.
So what we're doing today is we're raising the awareness of what dairy cows have to suffer in the dairy industry.
Yes.
Do you guys know much about the dairy industry?
So I don't eat meat.
You don't eat meat?
Yes,
Okay.
but I drink milk.
Okay.
But I trying to stop.
Trying to stop?
Yes.
And what's driving you to stop? What was the change?
Because I don't like how the animals are.
Jeremy, yeah, I kind of agree with you. This trend of opposite headlines to the channel's message is obnoxious. How long before everyone assumes everything is opposite? Yeah. I understand why people do it. I think it's kind of overdone. We use it a lot. And by we, I mean vegan YouTubers. I don't think I've ever done it. But I do understand why people have done it. But yeah,
Are treating.
very, very
And
common.
I do veterinary on the university.
Okay.
So this thing is important to me.
Okay, so you're training to be a vet.
Yes.
And you want to help animals.
Yeah.
So it's morally consistent to be vegan. Because,
Yes, it's,
yeah.
but in Brazil, the meat culture is very big. So it's difficult to stop, but I don't eat.
Okay, so it's a little bit more harder because of the cultural background from Brazil. Okay, if it was the norm to eat dogs, would you eat dogs?
No,
Is she
but
ve-
I know
I
in
thought she
another
was vegan.
countries it's okay. But the people don't like it because it's dogs. But a cow it's like a dog.
100%. 100%. Yeah, so you've made all these connections between each species, right?
Yes.
So what's stopping you from saying, I'm vegan?
I thought she was vegan. I thought she said, I don't, maybe she's saying, I don't eat meat.
Yes.
Are you gonna? You are.
I want to be.
And
Okay.
what's stopping you?
What?
What's stopping you? Why today when I say, are you vegan? You said no.
Oh,
Why not yet?
sorry, y'all. I was not paying attention. I'm so sorry. I think I was blabbing, as I am wont to do. Because I'm supposed to. It's like when you're doing a channel, you're supposed to blab a little bit, right? Not like incessantly, but all right, Mary. You BRB. Imagine helping animals and eating them. Yeah, I know.
I don't stop.
She gets it.
Because I don't know. I only trying. The routine is difficult to stop, and I need to change.
Yeah, because all these industries that you have here, do you know what supply and demand means?
What?
Supply and demand. Do you know what that means? So you buy a piece of cheese, and then they replace it with more cheese.
Yeah.
But to get that cheese from cows, we pay into the exploitation.
Yes.
Okay, so the whole time we want to stop, but we don't stop. We're just lip servicing the whole thing rather than actually taking action. And you're still contributing towards the injustice that you're really against.
Yeah.
So we can't.
Powering through the language barrier. Little language barrier, and they're powering through. Kudos to her. Kudos to Steve.
Sort of, I want to do it. We have to just do it.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Are
Steve
you
also.
the same? Is it?
I'm a vegetarian.
You're vegetarian, so no eggs.
Sometimes I don't like it.
Okay.
Yeah. Come on now. Come on.
Okay, so you have eggs.
Yes.
Get her, Steve. Do it.
But you don't like it. You don't drink milk. So what animal products
So you
or
don't like it, so don't do it.
animal bodies do you consume? I'm not judging you, by the way, just asking.
I don't know.
Fish?
No.
No fish?
Nothing.
Chickens? No pigs? No dairy?
No. I really
Then you're
don't
vegan.
like the taste of meat, any meat. I don't like it. And I really like animals. I don't eat them.
But you have a bit, it's only cow's milk at the moment. So both of you guys, just cow's milk.
Yes. I cannot drink milk. I'm intolerant. And the vegan things in Brazil are so much expensive. It's
Depending on where you shop, right? So like you have like Aldi and Lidl, it's like 59p for a liter of soy milk.
and
But-
it's so difficult to find it in Brazil. It's very, very, very difficult. Become a vegan or vegetarian.
Have you guys got the Happy Cow app?
No.
Let me show you this app because it'll work in Brazil too.
Happy Cow. Love Happy Cow. Here's this video. Yeah, she's trying to say the right thing. You're right, Jedi. Veganism is only difficult for selfish people. Yeah. Here's that video. Yeah, she is. I think they were kind of dishonest on this one. Wait, where is it? There, we're not done.
So this app here that says Happy Cow. So wherever you are in the world, it'll give you your location, and then you say, I want vegan food, and it will show you where all the vegan options are. And if you want to choose one, you could just get directions straight to it. It shows you where it is, phone number, website. So if you're struggling to find Happy Cow, right? So find a Happy Cow up. And if it's just the dairy that's the struggle, we know what happens to the cows.
Yeah.
Keep them as your focus, because it's always harder for them than it is for us to find an alternative.
Yeah.
Even if we have to walk 10 extra minutes, it's worth it for us to save them the exploitation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Preach, Steve. That's so right. Yeah. Those 10 extra minutes are very worth it. You know, I don't care if it's like hours difference, like then just go to the grocery or something. It's their whole life, you know, it's their whole life. So any little inconvenience to us is just not that big a deal. It's just not a big deal. What's the most like common thing that people are like worried about? Travel, family reunions, you know, the airport. How hard is it? It's not. I flew across the world, literally the opposite end of the world. Longest flight you could have, just about. Didn't have any vegan food. Oh, fucking well. It wasn't the end of the world, was it? I think I was fine. I lived. Oh my God. So, what is it? What is it? Like, minor inconveniences are so difficult for people. The most minor inconvenience. It's like, I'm not gonna like pretend like I'm someone who's faced like the most hardship before. I've faced some hardship, but like some people act like they can't face like any hardship. Like the slightest inconvenience is like the end of the world for them. Like, grow up a little bit. We started out, you know, who was it? It was Ed, Earthling Ed. He was talking about entitlement, you know, because of the wombat girl. The girl with the wombat, she, like, how entitled did she feel? How entitled do we all feel? Yeah, we just, like, we are so entitled. Just got back. My son is a vet tech, and a lot of his coworkers are not vegan. Yeah, that's not shocking. Check out my interview with Shakira Free, who is a vet tech in the UK and has faced a lot of adversity for advocating veganism and animal rights and animal rescue in her profession. It's ridiculous. Yeah, let me link to that. I'll show. Hang on. Shakira, she was cool. Interviewed from a coffee shop. Why take such risks for the love of animals? There she is. So
there's been multiple instances
yeah,
that have
bad
happened
signal.
since, and I don't think that we're, if I'm on,
I don't know the exact specifics of your.
And it's simply just down to the fact that a lot of people just cannot read dog behavior, and the thing is, accidents are always going to happen, and the element of risk is not the dog, sorry, the breed type. So I actually just
Anyway,
don't think.
Really cool person. I'll send the link to that. How often do you think? Oh, I didn't share that, did I? Did I? Yeah, I shared it. Okay. Anyway, how often do you think they're honest or accurate when people tell you they're limited animal product consumption, like they've limited it? they're probably making it up because they know that they're, you know, talking about it. I think it does probably mean that they're on the spectrum, so to speak, on the spectrum of like they realize it's wrong and they probably do want to make a change. So at least that. I think people edit their memories ordering plenty of sausage pizzas late at night and forgetting about it a lot, like overweight people who are secret eaters. Yeah, you know, interestingly though, I can speak from experience that I was beginning to inch that way. I remember, as you know, we spent the beginning. I don't think you were. No, you and Mary weren't here, but I was bashing the BBC at the beginning because Joey was being interviewed by the BBC, and it was funny because they're like, "Yeah, what did you do with this footage?" And Joey's like, "We went to the media," and I'm like, "It's kind of funny because it's the B. Like, I assume he probably tried the BBC." And if he didn't try the BBC, it's because he has given up on them. But he would have tried them, you know. So anyway, for as much shit as I give them, though, I believe it was something that I heard on the BBC that had me like inching in that direction, and it was something about the climate stuff. So anyway, the point that I'm making though is there was a little period of time when I was cutting back on, you know, my meat, and I remember even like late night getting a pizza, you know, multiple times, like getting the vegetarian pizza, which I thought was a good thing. You know, I didn't know any better. But even in like, you know, late night, 1 a.m., wanting to get a pizza, sometimes I'd be going vegetarian stuff. So I think some of these people might be similar. They might be, you know, who knows? Everybody's different. But that's sort of where I was at with that. Let me look for something else for us to watch. Let's see. Okay. So I linked to Mel and Steve, right? I think I did. And we keep on reacting to Mel and Steve, and the reason is because they keep posting so much stuff. Guys, I want to mention the vegan zombie. I don't think there's anything to share, but Chris had his film premiere the other night. Well, let's watch. Yeah, there is something. Let's see. Let's watch this. I'm a big fan. I just think he's a really nice guy, really sweet guy. So, and I'm really excited for his film. So we'll watch his latest video, which says A44 being premiered at MOST. I'm not sure what that stands for, but someplace in Syracuse, New York, where he lives. And yeah, big congrats to Chris. I mean, he said that that was a 16-year project for him, which is just a really incredible, hang on. It's just like a really incredible amount of, I keep losing the word that I want to say, but like stick to itiveness, you know, tenaciousness. I don't know.
This video is just some random footage that I took at the MOST, which is the Museum of Science and Technology, where we're going to be premiering A44 in 3 days from now of the recording of this video. So I went there several times over the last few months, and
Hang on, let me clear some of my screens away. I've got too many tabs open. Yeah, how are we doing? Is the stream going okay, guys? Earlier we had some kind of major glitch where you couldn't hear anything.
I recorded each time, so I decided I'm going to put something together just so you guys can kind of check out where we're going to do the premiere. And I'll try to answer any questions I can. People from the Kickstarter VIP, that's the $75, $100, and $1,000 tiers of Kickstarter, you will get a VIP badge when you go in. You don't have to worry about buying a ticket when you get there.
By the way, we're Chris Chris wants to do another one. I really want to interview him again, and he's down to do it. I've got to watch the film first, and then we'll talk about the film. So when people have been able to see it, then we'll get Chris back on, do a cool interview. But I mean, when we did our conversation, and I don't know if y'all haven't seen, we had a conversation, but it was difficult because we had to sort of dance around some of the main topics of film because spoilers, you know. So we'll do one when I've seen the film, and it'll probably have to be a heavy spoiler episode. So if you haven't watched it, you probably won't be able to watch it. That's going to limit its reach a little bit, but
You've already given me your name.
some of my massive reach that I typically get, you know, on my YouTube channel.
You've already filled out the surveys. So if you're just seeing this now, the deadline was a few weeks ago for that. There are still tickets left for the second showing, which is at 9:30. The first showing at 7 o'clock already sold out. Again, this is at the most at 6 p.m. Doors will open, 7 o'clock. The movie will start. And then we're going to have a little after party afterwards. So you will be able to get in there if you are a VIP with the Kickstarter or cast and crew. Everybody else, if they want to go, they're invited to, but there'll be a little of a upcharge to get in there. I just want to also clarify that as far as the concession stand goes, there's a few things there that I saw that are vegan. They won't, unfortunately, put just vegan things in there.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I just want to let people know what is vegan there, and that is there's only one popcorn that's vegan, and I'm putting a sign out there, but I don't want anybody to like accidentally grab the wrong one. So there's a sign out there. There's 4 different flavors of popcorn
They
there.
better be just serving the vegan food at this thing. They are listen to like, yeah. Most of the people that are going to be in that audience, I think, are going to be vegan. So I'm sure he let them know. And so they damn well better be careful about that.
They're individually wrapped, and the movie time
This already happened, by the way. This happened a few days ago, I believe.
popcorn is the only one that's vegan, and we made sure to order some extra one of those. So in case you're wondering, you want some popcorn, that one is vegan. They also have drinks and stuff like that. At the after party, if you are the VIP or you bought an upcharge to get in there, we do have a few sponsors from local bakeries like Fat Cat Baking, Aurora's Cafe and Gifts, and Salt City Bread. And we also got a bunch of jerky sent to us from All Y'all's Food, vegan jerky, some goodies at least. I don't know how long it's going to last. I don't know how many people are going to attend. It might go real fast, or we might have extras. Who knows? I've got a bunch of merchandise. I'm going to get shirts and hoodies printed tomorrow, and I will probably do a video for that as well. I got a couple new designs. One of them you guys have already seen. Another one no one's seen yet, and I'm really anticipating everybody liking this one. I love it.
When was the premiere? I think it was like 4 days ago. I want to say it was the 15th.
It's probably my favorite design. I will probably wear one of these to the premiere myself. People that wanted to know if there's any hotels around, there's actually a hotel right across the street. There's a Best Western. Literally, you can see it right here. It's the building on the right. And there's also a Hotel Syracuse, which I think is now called Marriott Downtown Syracuse. The basement of it, at least I was told. I would assume the rest of it too.
You know, it's interesting. He was talking about the popcorn, and I don't think I've even encountered a non-vegan popcorn since going vegan at the movie theater. Because I always ask if I'm like at a place that I don't know, I'm like, is the popcorn vegan? And they go and look, and it's like some vegetable oil that they use on them. Even if you got like the butter, it's usually like a vegetable thing. But anyway, you got to ask. But that's interesting that he said there was only like one vegan popcorn. Like this place has multiple popcorns. That's interesting. Science museum, huh? It's interesting. Maybe I don't get it. Most places that I go to a movie, they have one popcorn. You get that or you don't get popcorn. And you can get like butter on it or whatever. And the butter, like I said, it's usually like vegetable oil.
to, I know it was renovated, but it was originally built in 1912. That's the year my grandma was born. And we actually filmed there. We filmed some pretty scary scenes there, I think. And it looks amazing. So if there's any rooms left and you want to grab a room there, you'd be staying right where we filmed A44. I'm just going to kind of show you. This is kind of just like almost a poorly put together vlog of the different days I went there, but it just kind of shows you like where the, what the theater looks like and, what I'm doing to try to get the movie ready to show to everybody.
Nice. That looks pretty cool in there.
We're going to put the movie on a big screen.
Oh, I thought that was like, it looked like a climbing wall when I saw it fast, but it's just some wallpaper.
We're going to put the movie on a big screen for the first time. Super excited. Testing it.
It's funny. I feel like kind of excited, even though this already happened, and I will not be a part of it. I am not there. I will not be there. But it's kind of exciting. It's just cool to see the project come to fruition.
Explorer Dome. Look that up.
National Grid. Explorer Dome. Hang out here while I do a couple wash dishes things.
Some awesome movies over here.
Oh, all right. Let's get some interaction here. Pick your favorite movie from this wall right here, and I will only read your answer if it's correct. All right. There's only one right answer. Okay. If you give the wrong answer, you're banned from my channel for life. No pressure or anything. I will wait. Mary, I apologize. You're banned. No, I'm just kidding. Princess Bride, though? Mary? Okay. Jeremy, I think you're still here. Don't fail me now. Don't fail me like Mary just failed. Banned. That's better. That's a better answer. It's not the right answer, but it's getting closer. I actually don't even know. I'm just fucking with you guys. I don't know. I just never seen that. Never saw Mean Girls. I think we were all together in a group. We were watching Mean Girls, and I just wasn't paying attention. I have seen Princess Bride. I never saw what people saw in it. That was a good movie. Akira was good. Ghost in the Shell was good. As far as like good animes. Elf, yeah, it's all right. Home Alone, okay. Who? All right. Yeah, I just wanted y'all to feel the pressure. I wanted to know, would it matter if you got banned from my channel? Like, I wanted to see if someone would beg. I wanted to see Mary be like, no, please, Jeremy, your channel is everything to me. Without your channel, what would I do? She didn't say that.
Awesome movies over here.
She didn't say that. This reminds me of like we had this movie theater that got destroyed in the hurricane recently, and they were just like movie lovers, and it would be like posters. Like, I mean, I know you see movie posters at every movie theater, but they just had like, even in the beginning before you watch the movie, there was just like all these shrines to like classic film and stuff, and like cult classics and stuff. They were just such movie lovers, and they were very supportive of us when I wanted to screen like an animal rights documentary. Like, for instance, we put on The Smell of Money.
Evil Dead.
It was so cool. They'll bounce back.
Dude, these are rare. We got signed by Vincent Price. Wow, I was only one. We got Leonard Nimoy.
William Shatner.
Oh, that's William Shatner. And this is Nimoy.
Now Mary has changed her tune to the opposite. This plan has backfired. I wanted Mary to say, please don't ban me. Instead, she's like, yeah, ban me. I need out of here.
Look at that.
Fired.
Original Twilight Zone. And then we got
Star
David
Trek.
Prowse.
Yeah, open that.
Yeah, like our modern world sucks. We were talking about that. In fact, it was them, Vegan Zombie and his buddies. We were just reminiscing about how, like, when you had like the physical copy and there was all this, like, like it was like magical, to get the physical copy, regardless of what it was. Remember Blockbuster when you would get you go rent a game or something and you had the physical and thing, and you had to pull out the thing where you had like the instruction manual and it was all colorful, and like we had VHSs. I don't know how old you guys are, but we had the VHS tapes, and it was like my sister and we would hang out and watch VHSs all the time. And I just remember we rewind all the way back, fast forward, rewind. But those were like treasures. And now it's just like it's cool. Yeah, everything's accessible now. You can get on Netflix or get on your computer and watch everything, but there's no like magic to that anymore. There's something about like you had something and it was like a treasure and you had to keep it nice. I don't know. Are y'all with me on that? Yeah, I think y'all are with me. Yeah, I was a kid during VHS, but I kind of miss it. Even like good, like DVDs and stuff. I mean, DVDs weren't as special, but I don't know. I miss the physicality. Yeah.
David Prowse.
Having
We're not Lois, but still.
So Lois is a friend of mine. Her husband was a projectionist here for 15 years. He passed away last year, and so she's been slowly giving me his her and his stuff because she's just getting rid of it. So she's giving me, vinyl records and signed books and all sorts of crap.
We got some Alien up here. We got some really cool stuff back here. This is the wow.
Nice
It's a
looking
dome.
theater.
I have to be careful of the music playing in the background. So here's the control room where he operates the movie, and we're going to put up A44 so we can see what it looks like.
Little behind the scenes action, eh?
And this is A44.
Interesting.
So if you were to screen it on a DCP M51, this is what it would look like, as long as I have enough time.
And to the point of what we were talking about earlier, like you meet young people now, like they will never experience that. They don't know what we're talking about when they're like, they're gonna be like, okay, you had the physical VHS or whatever, and the box and the games with the instruction. They will never understand why that was special because it sounds dumb. It just sounds dumb, but there was something about it they will never experience.
So it is a little curved.
Right in the middle of the theater.
Whoa. Nice Dolby Digital thing. That was pretty cool.
So that'd be DCP.
For the longest time,
what are we seeing?
There was nothing.
What's this?
A beast knocked from this earth.
Holy shit!
Ooh, we're getting a little sneak look. You're not supposed to say sneak look. It's supposed to be sneak peek, but I turned it on its head.
It looks awesome.
Sneak look.
So we just finished screening A44 on the big screen. It looked pretty awesome. I think it looks a little bit darker on the screen than on my computer and when I watch it on my TV and stuff. We've been trying to upload it to his program here. We had to kind of like rig it a different way to watch it. I don't see anything. I hear it.
Because it's still stuck in stupid.
Oh.
But it's there.
Oh, that makes me want to play Alien. That's the sound of Alien too. I still have. I've been. I'm sorry, I'm just really rambly, but the Alien Isolation game I started, the first live stream I've ever done was playing Alien Isolation, and the game ended up being so hard. But I believe that I can lower the difficulty and resume. So that will happen at some point.
All right, so I'm at the.
But I do think after this video, I'm going to go do some eating of food and then maybe play a game on live stream in a little while. And I have this like little bicycle game that I downloaded. It sounds boring, guys, but just trust me, the game looks cool. So tune in for the bicycle game. I don't know what it's called.
The movie theater that I screened A44 at, which was a few weeks ago. And I've since taken one of my files and
wait, you don't get it? Wait. Today's D&D without books, screens, or dice. Jedi, yes, I was present in the VHS era, but I was a kid. Jeremy, hence the rise of the board game collector hobby. And Mary, you have no idea? Do you not understand? You don't understand what I'm talking about? 7 to 8 years your senior. I'm 40 years old, Verdant. So I'm 40. I was in 5th grade when my teacher talked about video players. I was so excited about the possibility of watching Gilligan's Island whenever I wanted. Nice. 1971 was the year I learned about videos. Gilligan's Island. Nice. You know what I watched the other day? Like, since we're being all nostalgic, I watched the Flintstones movie, the live action movie. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I used to watch, speaking about VHSs, I used to have like recorded the Flintstones and the Jetsons. I loved that when I was a kid. Flintstones and Jetsons. Oh yes, I am not your father, Jedi. I am not your father, but I am your big brother. Yes. I feel like I'm not the Jedi, though. You are the Jedi. I feel like you're the Jedi master. You're teaching me, but yeah.
I transferred it into what's called a DCP file, which is what theaters run. It's made specifically for theaters. And we have surround sound. So the first one I watched, it looked pretty amazing on the big screen. I can't wait for all you guys to see it, but it was in stereo. And this one is surround sound. So today I'm going to go in here with my friend Jeff. We're going to play it and I'll be able to listen to the movie in, you know, the perfect surround sound in a movie theater. So we're thinking that I will probably do a premiere here at the most for Kickstarter people, a cast, crew, and then if there's any seats available after that, I'll do a limited sale for the public. I think he said there's 214 seats in this theater. So, and it's big. It's like a half dome. It's
yeah,
really
he sold out and they did a second screening for what I saw on his social.
cool. So it was a little bit kind of like domey, like warped a little, but it looked great on the big screen. So I'm just waiting for him to get here and then we'll go in and check it out. So excited for you guys to see this. right, I'm here with Jeff, who runs it. He's gonna operate it, and we're gonna check it out. Surround sound this time. Woo! You might remember him way back in a couple videos when we first started the channel. There's the iMacs, some of the servers, computers. We're in a back room over here. All right, we're going up.
What's a movie that y'all have seen lately that you liked? I watched Enora. I thought that was pretty good. I didn't love that there's a part in that movie where Enora gets a fur coat and they kind of glamorized it. Did not love that, but otherwise the film was good. Yeah, the Flintstones. You like Gilligan's Island too, Felix? My favorite movie that I saw recently was definitely Nosferatu. That was badass. So good. Unfortunately, I feel like it would be way better in the theater because of the sounds and everything. The Lighthouse, yes. The black and white film, right? With Willem Dafoe. Oh, so good. Mary. Wait, are we talking about the same thing? If so, you've redeemed yourself from that whole Princess Bride fiasco. I will.
I don't have sound cues. There's sound, but I don't have like the sound levels set.
Oh, so it might be way too loud. Well,
everything's at -10.
He
This
said it
reminds me of radio work. You're sitting in a console with stuff like that. That was my life for a long time, sitting in consoles like this, looking at screens with all that stuff, and can be really fun and also sometimes can kind of drag, but it's overall a really cool job.
should be all good here.
So
He said some of the stuff could be remixed for a theater, depending on the size of the theater.
So right now everything's at -10.
All right, let's do it. All right, here we go.
Also, when you're in radio, or at least the kind of radio that I was in, like you would often like have cool odd jobs too. Like in the sometimes we do like we had an art gallery for the first place that I worked in. It was a art gallery as well, and so we had shows all the time, like music. So oftentimes I'd be doing sound for a show, or I remember like this one jazz show that I was doing the lights. And I was so good on those lights. Oh man, everybody said at the end of that show, they were like, that was the best lights for a show that we've had. Because I was like all on it. I was like bringing it. I would bring down the lights and give her the spotlight when she was playing piano at a certain time. I stole the show. I stole the show. The light guy was the show. Oh, is that right?
I can hear those surround sounds.
Nosferatu is the same director as Lighthouse. That makes sense. Both awesome movies. All right. Anything he makes, apparently, I will watch. What's his name? I will play a game tonight, but if I wasn't going to play a game tonight, I would just watch another one of his movies because apparently they're all badass.
It does look a little reddish.
Whoa. Where'd the screen go?
All right, guys. Hey, this is the third time I've been at the Moat. I'm here again for the third time to view my movie. I've already watched it twice here. I did a little bit of changes. I just kind of got to see how it looks now on the big screen, just to make sure we got the right version, surround sound. So I'll be going in as soon as my buddy comes out here to let me in, and I'll let you guys know. This is fun stuff. The making of getting this movie out there, you know. Let's go in here. And there's Jeff for the third time. Okay, cool. This is where the after party is going to be right here. We're going to have like a block off area right there. The merch table is going to be right there. Yeah, that looks good.
So I would put the food snacks probably over here.
Okay. Yeah, that looks good.
And then people can get the food. And
We'll have that blocked off so they
Look at those rockets.
don't go over there.
Y'all, I was so happy when
Yeah,
Elon's rocket crashed. I was so happy. My buddy was like, Jeremy, you got to turn on we were on the phone and he was like, you got to turn your computer on and watch this with me. He's all into space. He's like, you got to watch this. And I'm like, Elon, I hope this thing crashes so hard. And I was like, I don't care. Nazis can go to hell. And he was like, no, but I have a friend who works at SpaceX and it's not just Elon there. It's a bunch of passionate scientists and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I hope it crashes. And then the first thing that happened was the rocket landed, you know, the booster thing, they were able to land it. And I was all disappointed. I was like, damn it. And then I turned off my computer. We're still on the phone. He's like, you might want to turn it back on because they've lost contact with the rocket. I turned it back on all excited. And then, yeah, sure enough, the rocket's like exploding across the sky. My friend's like, yeah, that rocket. Before we even saw that it exploded, he was like, I'm telling you right now, that rocket has exploded. And I was so happy. Fuck Elon Musk and his stupid ass space program. I'm so glad that rocket exploded. Are we all in agreement about that? Fuck Elon. I hope we all agree about that. The new Salem's Lot movie was kind of disappointing. The Witch. Ooh. The Witch was good. Mary, you've got good taste. Mary. All right, maybe I got to watch Princess Bride again. Apparently you've got really good taste. Elon's rocket crashes. Yeah, his rocket crashed. Second time. And I'm told, and I don't follow this kind of thing, I am all about space travel. Space travel, that's cool. But not when it's from a Nazi. I draw the line at Nazis. Call me crazy, but the line, if the line is here and Nazi's on here and not Nazi is over here, I'm over here. And that's where the line is clear for me. So, yeah, I was happy about that. So I was told by my buddy that what exploded was the thing that they invested the most money in, and that it was like the largest rocket that it was ever launched or something like that. So big fail from SpaceX. And luckily no one got hurt. They got it was a different thing where they brought the astronauts home. Northman, Robert Eggers. Eggers, is that the name? Okay, we'll figure it out. Northman, is that a good movie I should watch? The new Salem's Lot movie. Was that him that did that? Okay, I must know. But yeah, that's true. That's true, Felix. They will self-destruct. The Oscar for Best Vegan Content goes to Best Vegan Content. Who gets the Oscar for that? Let's vote on it. Let's vote on it. Best Vegan Content. I mean, besides me, right? Because we all, that's a little bit. If we were going to be honest, it'd probably be my live streams, right? I mean, we're all here. So probably even this moment is probably what is most exciting. Northman. Okay, I'm going to watch Northman. Best vegan content. I think you got to hand it to Joey. I think Joey Carb Strong. When you make a documentary, Ignorant, you bring out multiple investigations. Hats off. Like I don't know. I don't know. In terms of YouTube content and stuff, but he's just knocking it out of the park. Now, I would, there are many activists, friends of mine who I give the award to because they're kicking ass every day with no recognition. But they're not YouTubers. So if we're talking YouTube, but there are definitely people like I would give that trophy to, who are unknowns.
Okay. All right, this is what the theater is going to look like. 214 seats, 3 extra seats on the top left and right, which will make it 220. And it's like a half dome. So we got a nice microphone we just checked out for when I introduced the movie, Q&A, all that stuff. And that is it for my recordings. I have to go there again tomorrow. We uploaded the latest version. I did a little editing here and there to like kind of fix a couple of things that I didn't like. This is one of those things where, I could be doing this forever just to make things the way I like it. But again, we were limited by a budget. We didn't have,
Wouldn't it be cool though if like his film got recognized by some awards? That'd be awesome. I really hope. That'd be so cool. It's gonna have to start with us, I think. We're gonna have to champion his film so that it reaches more people, so that it's not just vegans that see it. Hopefully horror fans see it. I mean, it does sound like the people who have watched it have been pretty moved by it.
big budget Hollywood movies have. We had, some walls that we, couldn't get through here because of the limitations. But anyway, we did our best on this, and I'm confident that it's ready to be watched. And I hope everybody has a great time. I know Craig's going to be there doing some photos and some video. So behind the scene, if you can't make it there, I will have another video of the event itself. Yeah, I hope we all have a really good time. I'll be posting, a ton of pictures and stuff in the coming weeks for this. I'm super excited. This is what I've been waiting for forever. Hopefully I don't forget anything. I think it's going to be good. I think people are going to like it and have a really good time. So anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. And if there's anything else that I can think of, I will let you all know. Again, there are still seats left as of the moment I'm making this video for the 9:30 showing of the movie. The first one sold out, which is pretty amazing. And we already got a few people in the second one already, but it's not full by any means. So if you guys can make it, then please, I would love to see you for the second showing. So
Excited about that. Let me put the link to that video so y'all can show it some love. Yeah, we need a way to give all vegan content creators the credit they deserve. I agree. That's kind of the idea of this channel a little bit. It's just the problem is it's so small so far. Hopefully it can grow. And then I would love it if my channel was big enough that I could actually give people like a real noticeable bump in their viewership, but it's just not. I don't have a big channel yet. But what we lack in numbers, I feel like the people that are here are amazing. You know what I mean? I feel like we're about quality, not quantity on this channel. Yeah, I'm pretty thrilled, honestly, with this YouTube channel, even as small as it is. Just the people who come all the time, like Mary and Felix and you guys. Look at me just soaking you all in it. But, it's really cool. Let's see. Joey's current Muslim community push seems really smart. Focused info addressed to people who think about ethics regularly. Yeah. Yeah. And he's done those good follow-ups that we reacted to earlier. I think you had mentioned, damn, I came late, but you can always scroll back. Someone needs to make a vegan vampire film. Imagine if the vampire is an animal lover. Then he says this: I did not choose the thing I have become, but I can choose the lives I now take. Yeah. Maybe Vegan Zombie will make a vegan vampire film. You were 200 and now I have over 300. Wow. You were number 200. That's awesome. That's awesome. And, and then Aaron P is one of them, and he shows up sometimes. That's cool. Because Aaron P is like, I don't know. I put Aaron P up there, because we've hung out in his stream so many times. Watch some good gaming content. Speaking of, that's what I'll do here in a little bit. I won't try to take too much time between this stream and going live on PlayStation. Yeah, maybe Chris will make the vampire film. He loves vampire stuff. Or he'll make a sequel to this. Hopefully it'll be successful enough that he can make the sequel. I mean, he's obviously shown that he can do it. It's just like, can he, it would be nice to see what he could do with a big budget too, The idea of a virtuous vampire looking for a different path is an old one. Check out the Korean film Thirst. Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like I've heard of that a little bit. Like that actually has been kind of delved into a little bit. So yeah, that some of those like old animes and stuff too kind of grapple with ethics and stuff. Is it Richard Vegan Gains? He brings up Berserk a lot as being like a real pro-vegan message. I need to read it / watch it because I have not, but he swears by it. He says I should watch that. Or read the manga, which I haven't like hardly ever read any mangas before. But there is a store near me that sells all that kind of stuff, so maybe I could go check it out. All right, guys. I'm going to end this stream. I'm going to make myself a smoothie, and then I'm going to drink that smoothie, and I'm going to start the PlayStation stream. So if y'all want to hang out more, just look for me in like 20 minutes or so, and I'll be on PlayStation. But thanks for joining. If you're not subbed to the channel, I know you guys are. But if you're watching this back, make sure you sub to the channel and like the thing, do the thing with the bell. There's that thing with the bell. It works like half the time. Take the chance. It might work. You never know. But I know it doesn't work all the time. It definitely doesn't work all the time. Because people tell me, I hit that bell notification. I didn't know you were streaming. Damn it. But, better to have something that works some of the time and to be trying it. You got your chili mac done? Good timing. All right. You eat your chili mac. I'll eat my smoothie. Good night, y'all. Oh, I said good night, y'all, with like that was great timing. And then I was like, damn, but I have to go to the stream thing that's glitched up. So yeah, I don't have that strong out that I was going to, it's just going to be this like meandering thing where I'm babbling and trying to, never mind. It's going to